Yes, I do like it. Yeah, I got tips touching and tips touch. So you got options. Girls who want boys who like boys. I do have that one. Though. And what is that called? It's blur girls boys. Okay, let's search for that. Blur girls boys. There we go. There we go, you can song request it, you know. I love that song. We got beige summer wearing a short top. Look at that, oh my. We got naked Heidi. Jada, do you prefer naked Jada, do you prefer naked Heidi? It looks like Jada is naked too. I wonder what went down that ended up with Heidi and Jada dancing naked together. But they do what they find fun, I guess. Okay, so I want to improve the code because first off, there's no form of. Whoa, I'm getting bombarded now. I sing it to my girlfriend often. Okay, do you want me to sing it on karaoke? I mean, if you want to suggest a song for me to sing on a karaoke, I can sing that one, I guess. If you want me to. Okay. Here's the thing. If you jump forward here, you're clipping through that one, as we can see. That's what I would have to fix. If there's a block one step up above, if there's like a gap, you can go on. But there's a block above. If you jump, you should collide with it. That is one of the rules of the game that will happen. And similar here, you cannot jump to a block that is higher up. You can currently due to how the physics is built, but if you try to jump, yeah, you like shift up like that. That shouldn't happen. You should bounce off it and fall down. So that's also a thing that needs to be fixed. And not only that, if there are a block above you, let's see, donk, I mean that works. So like here. So if there's a block straight above you, you can jump out of it. However, you cannot jump into it. And that is another rule. And we can see on the path here that when you jump both ways, the path is exactly the same. But that would be impossible if you are able to jump out but not jump in. So I will have to change the path. And I have an idea for how to change the path, because as you might have seen on the path as well, is when you go up here, and if we look at the trace path here, we can see that it moves forward. It does this curve until it gets to this point, and then you just go straight down. That looks a bit weird. So how I'm planning on changing this curve here is that when you jump, you have a quick, fast movement forward. And also playing the song now. And then as you move through it, going to slow down. And therefore you go and get. Therefore it would make sense to get out when you have a block above you. But then you're going to. So this point is going to be closer here, and then you're going to slow down, and then you're going to, and therefore you're going to get a smoother curve when you're falling down. So that's what I want to do. But there's actually one thing I want to do before that, all of those things. So I still have to make improvements. And sometimes it's there we go. What are we doing? She hates it when I do because it makes her blush. Todd, would you blush if I were to sing that song? Beige is daddy. Is beige daddy to you and Heidi? Although that's kind of awkward if you're dating Heidi. But I mean, who am I to judge? I like clothed Heidi, makes it more fun to undress. Yeah, I like Heidi with a crop top because of the bare tummy. It's more fun that way. Just not wearing any top at all is not as fun. Quote. There's 2 Heidi quotes apparently. You have a crush on Heidi? I thought you had a crush on Kochi. Blushing or immune? Well, I can have crushes on both, you can. Quote, Jaded is thinking about paying Heidi for services. I was going to ask when was this, to what could this possibly refer to, but it is quite well catalogued. Yes, I was doing art on the 10th of June of this year at 17:34, so you can actually go to the VOD and check. Why is Pon hotter than this summer weather temperature? Well, be careful there, Victor. You don't want to get too warm by watching Pon stream. But I do like. I mean, I'm trying to be a cute character, but I guess that ended up with me being hot as well. Okay, just in to say hi. How'd we say that, Kelpie? Need to go to sleep. Just had KFC. It was good to have an awesome stream, everyone. Have a good rest, sleep, and or anything else you need to. Well, you did say sleep. Have a good sleep. I hope you get enough sleep. We got Heartswood, who is half the time naked, or most of the time naked. She even got boobs. Then we got Heartwood with a crop top, which is nice. Even got a boob window to show some cleavage. And bare tummy, of course. And then the bunny suit, for some reason. Don't know why. But I guess it's nice. And then you got another character. Still on Heartwood's channel, but a different character. For some reason. Quotes. I think you can search for cock to have a greater chance of finding it. That is a quote. You having a good sleep? I hope so. Glad your food was good too. Yeah, we can see Kelpie soon, hopefully. But it's really enjoying Heartwood, I guess. What's so confusing? Yeah, you search for cock. There we go. 3 cock codes. Pon said cock. Anyway. Yeah, that is one of them. Which kind of makes it funny because I speak of Pon in third person. I am Pon, yet I speak about Pon in third person. Should I say Pon is Pon, yet Pon speaks about Pon in the third person. There we go. I will look for it. Okay, there we go. I'll just adding it more. Quote, I am very cocky. I'm the cockiest cocky. Yeah, that is the quote I was said that you should probably. That is the reference, not to like spoil it, but that's where, like I said, that you were going to have a greater chance of finding a session cock. However, new cock quotes have appeared, so that's not going to work that well anymore. Twice now. No, but my girlfriend would. This song is how me and my girlfriend started dating because she sang it with me. Oh, I see. And I kissed her at the end in public. It was my boldest moment. What do you mean? Do you want to kiss me in public? She knows that I will always end the song by kissing her. Okay, so you just sing it randomly just to kiss her. I'm going to farm quotes this stream. Quote, Triggerbox is not agile. Triggerbox is a slime. Jaded is a lovely... Oh, you wanted me to say that? Jaded, you're a lovely boy. Hot for a teacher. I see what you're looking for, Todd. Smoking in the boys' room. There we go. Quote. No third person apparently. Quote. 17 person quotes. So you're a person who wears underwear. Oh my, how silly. Yeah, the song request feature, more people should use them. I need to fix it so you can have a song search so people actually can use song requests properly. New cock quotes just dropped. I mean, do you add quotes then? You want me to add the cock quotes? Or do you not feel cocky enough to quote me when I say cock? I do it because I'm sentimental. Sounds like Todd is claiming that I'm not sentimental. And that might be correct. Blushing Jaded. Good. Why would you punch Jaded? That seems very rude. Or is it the kinky thing you will do, Jaded? Oh, yeah, it's me talking to Kochi. So, anyway, back to the game. So you can go over this edge, which is this. Very simple like this. Very nice. It's very smooth. You can go backwards too. However, when it comes, so this is the length that takes the longest to complete. This is quite a short time. However, going up here is a very short action. It goes so fast, and I think this is a bit too fast. Because when I play this, even though I'm not trying to do it wrong, it happens that I accidentally move too far. And I could see it happening to other people too. So I was thinking about having this one move a bit slower, because this is very fast. So how about that? Ad code sounds like Todd is saying that I'm not sentimental, and that might be correct. No, excuse me, Metallica. You got a burger and everything, and yet you still did this to me. Rude. Ooh, no, orange, no, stop it. Ooh, orange, stop it. Jaded, don't join in. I appreciate that it's not too jaded, but with jaded, it implies consent and care. Well, yeah, I mean, I would assume you do kinky things with people, you don't do kinky things to people. So yes, I did imply consent and care. Maybe not so much care, because I don't feel like Koshi would be the one to... I'm talking. I'm not going to finish that. Like citrus? Whew. It's citrus, by the way, that's the name. Todd, you really should buy my underwear. The IRL underwear, so you can name them. Because what is your girlfriend going to think about that? So there's a funny quote. Anyway, so okay, okay, so It's the not go over edge. Okay, first off, let's create a private int steps. Okay, so my girlfriend literally doesn't care what I do. Doesn't care what I do. Just no sex with anyone but her. That's her only rule, along with loving her back. Yeah. Okay, trying to contradict me, yeah. Well, that's good. So you can go around looking at other ladies who are under underwear naked, such as Pon Pon. And she wouldn't care. Well, that's a good... I mean, yeah. I would say that's a secure relationship, and we like that. That's what I've said about my relationship with Orimian too. That we have a secure relationship. There is no, like, I am in no how would I phrase that? I have my trust in Orimian, and I do not believe that he will go behind my back. Similarly, Orimian has trusted me and believes that I wouldn't go behind his back. This is unlike the previous boyfriend I had, which I had when I started streaming, who got upset and jealous that I was interacting with people in chat, that I was too flirty. Remian hasn't said anything about that, and I know I've been flirty to people in chat. And said things. But Orimian is not, I would assume, not upset, worried, or anything like that, and is very secure, and is very secure in our relationship, and knows that I wouldn't give up on Orimian. So autocorrect is a contradict. What's a contradict? What's a contrabase? Finish in dinner. Nice, nice, nice. Auto incorrect, yeah. I mean, this correct, it's just... It is like it's a correct sentence. It's just not correct in according to what you wanted to say. Or you... Are we roughly in the same time zone, yet you're here eating dinner? Well, there's a very obvious reason for that. Could you guess? Could you give a wild guess? Because I work night shift and this is my end of the day meal, so dinner. See, that's very simple. Work. Oh, it's work. Yep. It's due to work. A darn work. Okay, so here we go. Else, if not stand still, increase step by 1. There we go. Oh wait, that's still not okay, wait, I need to make one more change. This one should start on 1, and this should check if play state is not standstill. There we go. Oh yeah, and then sterilize field so I can see it. There we go. Now I can check how long each thing is, which will help me determine things. I didn't get to guess though. Well, you were too slow, Todd. I'm so sad. I need a kitty. Oh, it's triple kitty. That's 15 minutes of kitty. 6% cute. Oh, that's bad. Oh, yeah, that is bad. You need to increase that one. So it's a step here. If I move forward, wait. It shouldn't change it when you mess it up. If play state does not stand still, set it to 1. Yeah. Also for these, you can also set them to like byte, which makes them take less storage, which is good. Why is this not working? Because every... Oh wait. I've written this one wrong, by the way. Because this one should say state, not play state. There we go. Fixed. Okay. Okay, let's see what you're doing. 31% kid. You know you got a big one that allows you to modify it much further. You're only paying 3 points per move, the amount you move it by. So you do get refunded by the remaining amount. Jade is 100% cute today. 100% cute today, I doubt it. No, it's true. Raven's 1% cute today. Peak money. How dare, natural 1, at least it's not a nat 0. It was yesterday. Okay, a little point. Today's dinner was pork chop with rice and butter roasted carrots. I want that. Give me that food. Okay. Now, so yeah, we see each step takes 40 steps. This takes 5 to 55. Oh yeah, now I could check, because camera free steps total should be 1 more than this. But one thing I've noticed that it looks a bit weird is when you're standing here and roll here. It is correct. It kind of acts. It just acts weird. Like the camera jumps. I don't know why. Okay, carrot boy. Yeah. What do you mean has the most carrots? I'm second place. Oh, literally though. What do you mean has the most hamburgers? Cole is in second place. What do you mean has the most hot dogs? Cole is also in second place. And what do you mean has the most pizzas? Cole is in second place. I find it interesting that... No, I guess I've traded away a lot of those. And Todd has the most citruses. I'm in second place. I got those citruses for you, Todd. She has too much. I mean, if you had those, you would reach 500. I wonder who's going to reach 1,000 of a single fruit. No, not. What do you mean, Jaded? Do you want to see the nuts leaderboard? Specify which there's only one nut. But you can't type nut. But there's only one nut, and that's the chestnut. Every other fruit thing that is called a nut is not a nut. Peanut or coconut, neither are nuts. Up for interpretation. So I guess if you do fruit leaderboard nut, you should guess the actual true nut, which is the chestnut. Citruses is the only special leaderboard. Buckeye, Scotty, what? I don't know what called this one, but Rima has the most of a single fruit, which is 329. Pomegranate is second with second place with most of a single fruit, 274, and then Todd with 268. Todd, you could get more if you just have a bit more citruses, a bit more lemons. You can pass me in number of bananas. You're not too far from it. And you're also in fourth place with the most oranges, and then Oremian in fifth place, and Oremian in sixth place, because Oremian has the same number of cucumbers as cherries. Cherries. You got to fifth place twice. I don't think I've seen those before. I don't even know what that is. Jaded, you got some bananas for me. And pears. Do you want something for bananas and pears? What does Jaded like? I should get more peanuts and peaches. Well, peanuts and peaches, you say? I could provide you some peanuts and peaches. What if I got your 6 pears and 5 bananas? Ooh. Let's come on, move. I can make you a good deal. Wait. Oh, that's not how you spell peers. I don't even know my own command. There we go. Finally got it correct. Or you can find the value for me. Yeah, that's fair too. It's important to always keep one banana. Yeah, yes. I leave, like when I do a trade, I leave one of each. Nuts and butts. Exactly. That way you aren't like running out like you. My favorite. Do you approve of this trade? If you do, you can type exclamation point trade, pon the dream bunny, accept. If you don't accept the trade, we could discuss further. work on so we can make a fair deal. Trans flag, or just give it to Todd for free. But Todd, I will trade it to you after I'm gathering all it. I think Punk could give me more peanut, more. I mean, the peaches are worth like twice the value of the peanuts, because you're twice as likely to get a, you know, not twice as likely, but like, because that's not how it works. I have a hot dog and hazelnuts or chestnuts, whatever. I mean, you can call them hazelnuts too. A banana similar value to peaches? No. It's one. I wonder if I did the values correctly actually. Basic is 1. I did calculate the values to be 1, 2, 3, or 4, but I mean, in reality, I guess they aren't actually 1, 2, 3, and 4, because a basic is 4 times likely to appear compared to a rare one. So therefore, you take 4 divided by 4, you get 1. But because specials actually is only 1/3 chances appear, so technically the values aren't like 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I guess the values are actually 1 1/3, 2, and 4. Technically. Component's doing this wrong this whole time. Oh no. Okay, you know what? I can give you more peanuts. I'm making breakfast. Do. On the dream button is not a valid. I think you forgot about you do trade the username and then what you want to do. You silly. Yeah, of course that was supposed. Yeah, there we go. I said Pon apparently so. So if I check my fruit value now, it says 1411. but that is actually not correct. Well, let's make it like that. I don't want it to be like that. I'm fixing the bot at the moment. Huh? Okay, interesting. Go down. I think that works, yes, and then I do the value is value of the rarity and that one is set to that one. That should still work. And then when it counts out the first count times the value. Okay, I need to, okay, and then bonk, did I get attacked? But then I need that third as well. Like that. And then like okay, wait. And then we take int there, and then we take that and that there. That should still work. And then we do that. That works. And then I should check if think like that, and then like that. Oh, that was doing like that. Okay, there we go. Does that still work? It looks like it. So now if I do my fruit value, it gives me 1167, which is a different value from the was before. Oh, it's great timing. I think it should be correct. That would represent your value, Barry. let me get some water and I'll be back. And then I need to continue. Oh, it's a Pixabay game. It was a piece of a key. Piece key.
Don't make me mad.
Someone keeping a piece of a key would be a key piece. Key peacekeeper. There we go. I did it, I think. There. So that's how you do it. Come on. The power of that one. Oh, it's a piece of a key. It was a piece of a key. Piece key.
Don't make me mad.
Someone keeping a piece of a key would be a key piece. Key peacekeeper. There we go. I did it, I think. Do you want to shoot me? Oh yeah, you want to shoot me? Please? Thank you. I never thought of breaking the shells like... Wait, how did you break them? What other ways there to... I mean, unless you meant using the cannon yourself. But I cannot use the cannon because I'm just a bunny. Bunnies cannot use cannons. How they reflect it?
4,000 euros. That's like this entire fucking truck run.
4,000? You get 26,000.
It was like 12,000, I think.
Okay, okay, sure. I get 26,000.
Why do you get 26,000?
Because I'm a cute bunny.
Oh, okay.
Hey, water. Hey, kid.
What?
I want your
I'm not a
lunch
cute
money.
bunny, guys. Pun. Apparently, being a cute bunny gives you 24,000. Being an ugly bunny only gives you 12, and then you get 4,000.
This won't do. I suppose I have to loan you a special swimming suit. Oh, having gone sick, you know, in a swimsuit. It's probably not going to be a swimsuit similar to what Pompon has, though. Oh, that's not even closing. This was a great disappointment. And even the music cut out. It's just silence. Oh yes, what was Mr. Pokemon's big discovery? Pompon handed the mystery egg to Professor Elm. In the... Did I type it wrong? The values of shirts have been wrong this whole time and no one said anything, but anyway. I wonder if they're still correct though. I think they are. Should I like really make sure that the values are correct? Because I did change the code, so why not just, if I'm going to change the code anyway, let's just make sure it's absolutely correct then. Because why not? Why not? Because I'm doing this anyway. Because I want things to be correct. I am Pompon wanting things to be correct. The Dream Bunny. No surprise there, I guess. Instead of when I'm back, I should fix the... I'm not. Okay, there are all the fruits. I'm just going to do quick calculations here. Do you want to see the calculations to make sure I'm doing them correctly? I don't know if this is the correct way of doing it. So you can criticize my way of doing this. There we go. So there are 4 tickets for each of these, 3 tickets for each of these, 2 tickets for each of these, 1 ticket for each of these, and then we do the sum of all of these, which is 76. That means that these have such a chance of appearing, or if you want, this percentage chance of appearing. And I think this should be correct. Like one individual of these, based on one of these, this should not be a percentage anymore. Or the unpercentages. Although I want it to be a number. There we go. It still has a 4. Yeah, it should be like this has a 4th chance of appearing compared to one of those. And these have 3rd chance 2 seconds. Wait. Is it really how it should be? Wait, how did I calculate it? No, it's the other way around. These are worth 4. If I say these are worth 4, therefore I take this value divided by this value, right? And that's what I did before. Something went wrong. Thank you for following Senobelli. It should also show any decimals, but these would be worth. No, thirds. So yeah, I think this is the value of them. Because if the total sum, what is the total sum? It's 48. So if I say the total sum of points is 48, and I take that times that, well, this one should be, no wait, it's kind of like divided by that. So what if I take 1 divided by 48? 24. Well, okay, I'm doing something wrong here. What is the 19? Okay, I guess that makes sense. And then let's see, this one should be locked. Yeah, I think, yeah. Okay, the new point system should be correct then. Okay, good. I hope it's correct. I hope the new point system is correct. So anyway, let's take attacked by another friendship. Aren't they friendly? Well, it's in the name. Ponpon said she was attacked and it was a friendship slushy, so makes sense. Coach, jaded, I don't mean you're bad as being bad, I mean bad as in being bad. This is saying I'm a baddie, I'm inclined to agree. Baddie, jaded. Never got an eggplant. 18 eggplants now. Hello, Never, thank you for lurking. You got 1 point today. 7th place. Nice, nice. Quote, not even clothing. Quote, oh, that's not even clothing. Quote, this was a great disappointment. Then even the music cut out. Just silence. That's not a swimming suit. That's what I said, kinda. Quote, are we going to Cyclone in swimsuit? It's probably not going to be a swimsuit with a pomponess though. She has that tight cliff coated. Wow. Someone wants to see Klonoa in a swimsuit, I'm guessing. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see Klonoa in a one-piece swimsuit. If I go to this very special website and search for Klonoa character one piece swimsuit and solo. Oh, it's only 3 of them. Still good. We need more. We need more out of this. I guess I need to draw it then. Okay, what if it's not a solo drawing? Huh. Not a single drawing of which feature Klonoa, a one-piece swimsuit, where there's at least one other character in the picture. Okay, in that case, I should draw a drawing of Klonoa solo in a one-piece swimsuit, and then Klonoa not solo, wearing probably like swimming trunks, something like that, and then have Lolo in a one-piece swimsuit instead. Anyway, enough of that. I'm thinking I need to modify this because this only takes 22 frames to complete. By 22 frames I mean 22 updates, which is not frames, because it's only 11 frames because I'm playing this. I'm just rendering every half of the frames. The normalization of the clip, what do you mean? There's many people I'd like to see in swimsuits. Let me here get a list. Jaded, please make the list. I need that list. Why solo? I want to be there too. Huh. Well, Jaded, if you pay me, I can make a drawing of you and Klonoa together, both wearing swimsuits. Well, Klonoa will be wearing the one-piece swimsuit. You will wear the bikini. Your bikini. Sounds good. Well, I did say I was drawing Klonoa and Lolo. I could have Klonoa in swimming trunks and Lolo in a one-piece swimsuit, and then I can make a second drawing where they have switched swimwear. So what I can do here is that the ball moves forward. Actually, I should go and check the reference I have and see how that one does it. As a reference. I'm going to check the reference as a reference. You're intelligent, Pon. No other bunny has the intelligent level as you do. People cower in fear from your intelligence. Because they know what will... Okay, anyway. I need this doesn't help me much. None of this is helping me. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Wait a minute. Damn. I'm doing it wrong constantly. Okay, now this one doesn't really work. Oh, it does work. Okay, let me have a check. Well, I guess it doesn't really slow down at... However, in my game, I could still have it go slower just to make the game a bit more playable. You know. So what I will do is have a second move speed. I will call it move speed up all, I guess. I wouldn't make it like half. I wouldn't make it half speed. But what if I make it 3/4 the speed? So if I take the speed divided by 4 and multiply by 3, I get a crazy number, which is 1875. 3/4 the speed. So if I take this for the go up wall, and I have move speed here, and that is not what I wanted. Anyway, move speed up wall, so we're going over this lower. Double burger with another triple burger, actually. Upon eating one of them. I would love a burger. I've had a lot of burgers the recent few days. As in, one burger for lunch, one burger for dinner. I like burgers. I made homemade patties last weekend. They were good. I haven't made a homemade patties. Maybe I should try it. Actually, that's a fair idea. I wonder how much that will cost and how easy it is to make. Heidi cheerleader is very nice because of the short top. I like it. I should take a shower now. Orimian made a mess. No, it's only messing with you. Orimian is nice. I like Orimian in many ways. Okay. So change the move speed to the speed of wall. So now just this will make it go slower. However, I'm still not happy with this. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, Amy, see you soon. Because I want to have a private int, a const int, and a non-const. What's that? Const int and a non-const int. This will be move speed or move weight timer and move weight move weight up wall. This is the number of updates. It will just go to the corner and stay there and not move before it starts moving. And the reason we move forward until reach the edge, stay there for a few updates, and then start moving up the wall. And the reason I want that is to just slow it down. And because the camera will continuously move, that shouldn't be too noticeable as long as the wait timer is not too long. Amy is showering. She's naked and someone walked in on her. I think she's a bit bothered. Wait, are they saying my name? Wait, they do? Is your name Delilah? I don't think I've ever heard of this one from Kiss. No, you haven't. No, yeah, there's no mention of Jaded. There is Loaded and Made, which close, unless your name is Delilah. Perhaps your name is perhaps Delilah. So how long would it wait for? 120 is a whole second because it does 120 updates a second. 60 is half a second. 30 is a quarter of a second. So maybe I make it 50, which is eighth of a second. But still might be a nice amount of wait time. Not too long, but still a significant number of updates. So that you still be able to react to what's going on. Red flags, I appreciate the red flags. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. I will go to the go edge, go up wall. Okay, go edge. I will take this because I will make the because now I will have a distinction between and this would be, wait, do I need, did I specify another one? No, I didn't. Here, so this one goes to play phase final. No, it's going to be in not initial, medial. So it will move weights. So weight timer is going to be set to move weight up wall. And then here, all it will do here is if the move weight timer is larger than 0, reduce it by 1, or if it's not, just change this phase to play phase final. Boom. That's it. Hopefully this works. So let's have a look. It needs to compile the code first. Hello Todd, I'm a machine that makes water into sweat. Whine about it. We're trying to make a pun, a joke. I will play ignorant to your joke. Water into wine joke. I should play ignorant and say like, what do you mean water into wine? Okay, the camera does not take into consideration the weight, but I think this is better. You know, what do I know? Take 46 steps, so maybe... How long does it take to go around? 55. So 55 to roll around this edge. 40 to roll between two squares. Now 46 to go here. As you can see on the ball here, it just stops. And I think that's fine. Even though it stops, you can't really see that on the camera. You know, except the camera doesn't. I need to add the weight timer to move up the wall weight timer to the camera's calculation for how long it will go here. So yeah, enable it, we'll set it to 0, and then camera 3 steps total is plus equals move up the wall. I just have to add that so it gets that delay into the total length the camera will be moving for. Jesus Harold Christ. Don't know that person. Okay, I need to go visit my girlfriend. What are you going to do? I mean, at your girlfriend. She wants me at her workplace. Oh, workplace. Does not sound like her home. Therefore, I guess you can't be in your underwear. Okay, now the camera doesn't stop that suddenly because it now takes that pause into consideration. I don't think this works. I think this works. It's a bit easier to navigate. Yeah, I would say this is a significant improvement. Wouldn't you say? Just it doesn't speed. It just so yeah. Sure, if you look at the in the in-game like in the in-game camera, everything looks very smooth. I think it looks really smooth and nice in the in-game camera. Obviously, if you look at the editor camera on the side, which is not the actual player camera view, you do see that the ball just goes up to the ball and just stops there for a short moment before it continues, which looks really janky. But you don't see that while playing, so even though I know the ball stops, I mean I can kind of see that it stops, but because the camera continuously moving, it's actually not an issue. And I know that the block above it just clips through the camera, but even in the game I'm referencing, it does do that, so I'll keep it as it is. I like this. I like this. I wouldn't be able to work with my partner. I'd be too distracted. She has visited me on my workplace. It's been distracting. What do you mean by she? I thought you were afraid of girls. And now you're telling me you have a girlfriend or had a girlfriend. Well, did you say work with my partner? So yeah, I have a girlfriend. I can't remember. I can't keep track of all your relationships. I'm sorry, I have my own to keep track of. I never said I wasn't afraid of her. Oh yeah, I think you said that. Now I think that. Now I'm starting to remember things. Kind of a weird relationship, but okay. But okay. So one more thing. While you're going up a wall, you should be able to also jump. Which I have here, here. So when you're in the forward state, you can just do an input to jump and then the ball will jump. And that's the first thing it checks for, because that improves the I want to do it with going up a wall and stuff, that you should be able to jump. The only issue with that is that it needs to switch from the smooth transitioning camera to the ball. And you know what? I shouldn't. Okay, I'll not do that now, but But what I could have is a value that states which camera it should be on at the moment, and then I could just have two systems, because currently I have basically a boolean value, should the camera follow the ball or not. But instead of that, I fear Jade's girlfriend too. Good. I don't know what she does to be feared. But what I could have is a float value instead. Well, I will have both, I guess. Because I have it called camera follow ball. Which I should rather call camera free. Okay, let's call it camera free follow ball actually. And then I will move it to the camera free. And I'll call it. Here are settings for camera and free camera controls. Me. Yes, yeah, him. Makes sense. So that simply is a value if the free camera should follow the ball or not. But then I will have a float value, which I could create here, I guess. Private float, which is camera. What should it would be camera lerp. Ball 2 3. That's a very strange variable name. Camera percentage free or camera lerp percent free, I don't know, something like that, which basically means here's the follow ball values. Here are the the free camera. So free camera and yeah. So the ball, the lerp percentage could simply shift a bit between the two. I'll be having my breakfast. Be lurking. Okay, JD, thank you for lurking and have a good breakfast, whatever your breakfast is. Looks like someone got stuff. Fish and chips if you want. Modetsa, hello. Been missing you. You got some grapes. Wave. That looks more like climbing. Baradesu. Barades. Is that a reference to brothers? Hi, Modesa. Yeah, be kind to Modesa. Please no murdering, yeah. Begging for no murders. Probably like the quote top categories. I found it surprising that Pokemon Leaf Green is the second most. Art is the top one. That makes sense. It's because this is such a general category. Prey. Blob. Do I have a blob? No. Do I have a prey? No. I do have a splat. Which is my own. It's a funny one because Ponpon is flat. As if Ponpon wasn't flat already. Okay, so let's do this. Let's create functions. I love creating functions, if you haven't noticed. So, this is what I will do. I will create a function. So I will create a public vector3 camera ball position, and then I will have another one that is called camera free position. So what they will output, so the camera free position is just the camera free. It will just return the camera free position. Unless, that is if the camera free is not following the ball. So if the camera free is following the ball, there we go. So if the camera free is not following a ball, good luck. How about just type it like this? Yeah, and then return the camera ball position like that. So if the camera free position is just a free camera, the regular position is this. This will always, the camera ball position will always return this. So now now I can just say camera position is this, and the camera free position is this, just like that. That should work. Let's make sure I'm doing this correctly. Someone is taking notes. The thing is, and then I can remove that. Just give camera. Yeah, no, now it says like, oh, it doesn't say it anymore. So yes, now it still works as it should. So smooth and nice. That's all this. I don't want to play this song another moment ago. I still haven't fixed it so it doesn't repeat songs. And then I would do the same thing for the look targets. Is the same regardless, because I want to remove this if statement here. Camera ball position, camera free position. So camera free percentage, that is the one I need to figure out how I will do. Not camera free percentage. It's a camera lerp percent free, which is a bit confusing. This one is lerps smoothly from one orientation to the next orientation. And this one is lerps smoothly to and from the free camera, which is going to be used in very specific moments when I need to smoothly transition out of it. Most of the time it just quickly snaps in and out, if that snap is a good term, in and out of the free camera. But that works because the start and end position of the free camera is the exact same as the ball camera, supposedly, but apparently not. I could still use it even for free camera. But this one will be used specifically when you, for example, when you go off the wall, from the moment it stops, you can jump. Well, you can jump before that, but that's not going to help you much. But you can jump before that point, and if you do, it's going to jump forward out of while it's climbing upwards. Which technically is always good to do because you are moving faster by doing that than having to wait for the whole transition to happen, which I don't like, because I don't like these quirks. This is why I slow down the jump forward speed from the initial 64 updates to 80 updates, is because you travel between squares 40 updates. Therefore, moving forward will be 80 updates because you move forward 2 squares. So it doesn't matter if you jump or just don't jump, you're moving forward the exact same speed. But if you always get moving forward after you do the climb up a wall and jump as soon as you can, then that's going to be a speedrunning technique that you can utilize. Someone probably argue like, yeah, that's a good thing, because technically the earlier you press the jump button, the quicker you will get out of the transition. But if you press it one update too early, then it hasn't switched orientation yet, and therefore you will jump into the wall and therefore not move up the wall. And to be fair, I could just ignore the jump. Because what's the point? Because if you're standing at the wall and jump forward, you're just going to jump straight into the wall and bounce back. Which you can do, well, like, there's no point of that. So I guess if you start the moving transition, you can just ignore, you just don't have the jump checking until you're after. So therefore you could technically just, as soon as you start, hold down the jump button, and as soon as it reaches the point and switches the orientation, it will jump out from it. But as I said, I don't like because yeah. Because that jump is still going to be faster. I could probably put up some kind of delay before it jumps or something to compensate for it. Just so you can't, like, yeah. Is it necessary? No, I just don't like. I just don't like games where like jumping is faster than not jumping. Let's go back to these. Some people might disagree, but I don't care. What was I? Here. As I said, the look target is the same, but the rotation differs. No, the rotation is the same. And now we have add and lerp add. Okay. But that's the camera ball position, camera free position, and then I need, I guess, the camera ball offset and camera free offset. And of course, camera free offset is going to get the ball offset when the camera is not, when the free camera is not free. Flashy. So, well, this one will just return this value. Otherwise, it returns this. And this, so yeah, so this one I should be able to replace it with this. Boop. Normally it will do this. So let's replace this. And this one can also be replaced with this function. But I also don't need the function because I can just put it there immediately. Same thing here. But because I'm using position here, I will have to do the position first. And this should still work. Let's have a look. Yeah, it appears to still be working. This is fine. Good. Good. Now comes the funny part. And that is, it's going to be a camera ball, no, instead of camera ball position and camera free position, it's just going to be, I guess, camera position. Because this one will be our vector 3 lerp. And then which is going to be the camera ball position and camera free position. And the amount is going to be is the camera lerp free percent free. And this one should set to return. So it's going to, if the percent is 0, it's going to be the ball camera. If the percent is 100% or 1, it's going to be the free camera. And then any value in between is going to transition smoothly between these two. And the same thing with the camera offset. But instead of says position, it's just going to say offset. Now, let's see, camera lerp percent free, where it says change state disable free camera, it therefore sets the percent free to 0, and enable free camera it says the camera free percent is 1. So all I have to do now, instead of having up the camera position based on lock to the ball or not, we're going to ignore that. So I'm going to comment out all of these. So all we care is the camera position, and that one will handle. Why does it error out now? Use of unassigned local camera position. Oh, I already call this one camera position. And then I have camera offset. So camera position to camera position, yeah. Why is that a problem? What should I call it then? This is the variable. Because I only want to fetch the value once, and I don't want to fetch it twice. Therefore, maybe I call this camera lerp position and camera lerp offset. fixes it. On the bun. Hello, Spike Kirby. The one that has the spike ability. So the camera position, the camera layer position, because it will switch between the ball position and free position. I'm going to see here. And camera look target is mesh ball position orientation. The camera position is exact same for both. And camera rotation is the camera look target orientation. It's the exact same between these two as well, so that doesn't change. And then instant set player camera, which is the camera position, which we fetch up here, and the camera offset lerping between ball and free. And the camera rotation. Okay, this should be correct. It wasn't that complicated. So after making these changes, it's going to behave exactly the same. And someone might ask, what was the point of that? You'll see. Yeah, it behaves exactly the same as before. That is good. It just... Because now... I could have it, because I can't currently jump out of it. So if I try to jump, it doesn't do it. Unless I'm pressing too late. And then it... Or I can write it, if I hold down the button, it will eventually jump. But it can't jump during this. So, let's fix that. And now we're going to see what the issue is going to be. So go up wall. Oh yeah, get the jump up, jump forward, going forward, and then we'll take the jump input for jumping. No. Excuse me. Trans flag. What the hell's and why? Of the camera free arc mode. Okay. That is going to be an issue though, but I'll figure something out. So if it does one or the other, now the face cannot be initial. That's the only rule. If one of the buttons is pressed and the face is not initial, it will do a jump forward instead. There we go, there's a message from Monteza. Having fun shaming me, I see. What's your daily fruit? You're a grape, you got a grape. So now you can jump, but you might notice an issue. Until we're all there. Yeah, because it does it during the transition. Wherever it is in the transition, camera leaves, it stops updating the camera and then you just get stuck like this. And yeah, we can't have it like this now, can we? Now we could fix this by having the update camera free arc mode. Because it only really needs to update this while the camera is on. So what I could have is that if camera is not following the ball, then we will update these values. And then instead of having these specific functions, it could always update the camera. It just, whenever it runs a function, it's going to say like, well, there's nothing to do. Of course, it's going to take more performance, but Because now it does it not only during those phases, but always updating the camera, which is not doing anything. But now it will still complete the arc. So if I go here, yes, it goes very fast, but even though I'm jumping, it still completes the arc, which is good. But obviously the issue is, well, if it isn't obvious, the camera still gets stuck. Because it's still set to free mode until I go up here and I was locked in board. So that's where the percentage thing is going to come in. So if I were to take, there's so many variables here, aren't there? So if I were to take this value and immediately set it to 0, here, I take this, set it to 0. That means that it will instantly snap to the ball camera thingy. And we don't need that. So, yeah. So it's a bit, it just jumps there. Again, it's very, very fast, but... So, we obviously not doing that. We're going to have another function. So what we're going to have is... private int camera lerp percent 3 steps. I don't know what to call that one. The names are going, which is number of updates. It will go from one to the other. So what we need is 2 more variables. We're going to have steps total and steps direction. I don't know if we need this, which is the starting number of updates it will go through, and the also, the free camera follow ball should probably not be a boolean. It should probably be an enumerator, so it can go into the arc mode or not. 0 means go towards 0. 1 means go towards 1. Basically, free camera follow ball should instead be free camera mode. So let's add another one here. We call it free camera mode, and we have follow ball, and then we have arc. I don't know what we call it. Free arc mode. I guess arcing. I guess I don't really follow any of them, so I'm called arc. So I will change the camera free follow ball to free camera mode to camera free mode. Also, instead of free camera mode, I should probably call it the camera free mode for consistency. But state what it is, and then more attributes of it after. Which will set to camera free mode follow ball. Obviously now we're going to get a bunch of errors because there was a bunch of things that relied on this one being a boolean that we will now change. But now ads are playing. So I will go and get some more water. Oh, if you want the panty shots, you have to do this. If you want... if you want... No! Stop it! If you want pon panty shots, that is... You don't get panty shots by just removing the outfit. That's not a panty shot. That's just exposed. Also... Shoot me again. Stop. Stop doing that. And use your guns. Like they're meant to be used. Thank you. Why the death animation is them falling down into the ground. Yeah, that one just didn't watch where we're going. Yeah, which is weird because, like, you could say like, yeah, when it gets to that's a deep hole.
Cool. Sure.
Wow, that happened.
Well, I'm scared of you as well, Pom. But...
Oh well, understandable. I mean, consider.
Yeah. No, just because you've got a pointy object so close to my bulge.
Wait, what? I mean, a pen.
I have to be very nice.
But I would be careful when I poke it.
Handle with care.
How could you just make up a sound that doesn't exist in the game then? Ow! I have for that. I saw your feet from the grass. Why are you looking at my feet? That's kind of creepy. Foot enjoyer Shane. What do you rate? What do you rate my feet out of 5?
Okay. Don't text.
Well, good, because you've been using 3 lanes and the shoulder.
I didn't
It's
crash,
just a
though.
bit more busy.
No, you did good. Actually, you drive better while texting than not.
Fine, jeez.
Perfect land on the hand, which is actually not what I wanted. Because then you fly this. Oh, no. There we go. So, where was I? Coach, you don't get pen shots by just removing the outfit. That's not a pen shot, that's just exposed. No deep hole. Wait, deep hole? No. Deep hole, how would I say that? Did I say that in the quote? In the clip? Hello Pon, hello Sweaty. Did I say deep hole? Is that a quote you want me to have? I did say awoo. Okay. Can I still... No. I renamed this one without. Why was I shaved? Paradoxic mouse. And yes, the swimsuit to show off more of Ponpon's shaved body, I see. I'm getting bullied. I like to have my fur on, actually. Excuse me very much. Okay, so if camera pre mode camera free mode, follow ball is what I should say. Here. And here, camera free mode, we'll set it to disable, is set to follow ball. And here, camera free mode is set to pulse, but here it will instead be set to arc, because this is specifically enabled camera free arc mode. So I kind of already named the function for the arc mode, but I never actually ensured that there were like different modes of it. Currently I will only have arc mode, but there could be more pre-camera modes. It uploaded camera free arc mode. This one needs to be changed because I will have this one instead say camera free mode is equal to arc, then run this. So this function will be called update, just update camera free. You got enable camera free, or no, disable enable camera free. Well, this is enable camera free arc mode. This is specifically this mode. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then we got again camera alert percent free steps. Do I need to a boolean for this, which is like bool, which is currently enable if the lerping should occur or not. Okay, let's see if I can do this. Let's copy this so I can reference them. Unless I can like split view or something. And then here I will have like a camera free, which I have these functions, which is like enable, disable, not the camera free. We should have lerp rom camera free. This one will handle all these stuff for me, so I don't have to think about that. So public void lerp from free camera. So because I'm starting it, this one camera lerp percent free enable is set to true. Camera lerp percent free steps is 0. The total number of steps is going to be how many steps the free camera has left to move. Because the closer it is to being done, being moved, finished moving, the closer it is to well, this is specifically if it's arc mode that works for. It might work for more modes, but currently it works for arc mode. I can put an else and just have it be. Anyway. Transblank. So this will get how many steps there's left. And the direction it moves in is towards 0. And then also camera lerp percent is going to be set to 1 because its lerp is currently at that. So here, I guess up to camera free, I guess it would be part of this. If this mode is enabled, it will start moving. Still curious if the steps should be the same as the total number of steps and it decreases, or if it should increase. So each update it will increase, and then if okay, I guess that would depend on which direction it is. If it's direction 0, any further directions we'll handle later. And then if this one is the same as this one, that means it will run disable camera free, because free camera will be disabled. And camera alert percent enabled is also going to be false. And while it's not doing that, the alert percentage is going to be one minus steps divided by no wait, it is not 1 minus. Thanks, I hope that's based on. So we'll take the number of steps divided by the total. No wait. I'm not thinking this. This one will start at 0 and go up towards 1. Okay, so it should be 1 minus. And this one should actually be an inside. Oh well, we'll see if this one works. I wonder if you can make the game run slower in the editor. Let's have a look at that. Unity 6. Make game run slower in editor. Alright, I should do the hydrate and posture check for you. Well, you know, it's for me, but still, I'm doing it because he requested it. Tiffany got a mango. can you change? Okay, I could change it here or something in the main script. Which is like time. That's not how to spell it. That's also not how to spell it. Time fix. Huh? What was it called again? Where is it called? Fixed time, the time at which last Monobear fixed update started. The date on the second in game time which received on release updates when fixed time get. So if I set the fixed, because currently does this work? If this works, the game should run at a quarter the speed, so we can see what's going on instead of things zooming around. Yeah, now it's around slow. Oh yeah, this is what they should have done from the start. So yeah. Anyway, you should be able to jump out of this. So let's try it. It does work, but it doesn't. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Ah. Okay, something is wrong. That's for sure. Wait, did I even set this up correctly? Camera alert percent free. Yeah, I did. But why? Yeah, the issue I have in the editor is that the variable names are so long it's hard to see the full names. But it is a good idea to have long names so you can like. But I don't need this much space for the value. Enabled, it should get enabled. So it doesn't get enabled here. But when I do, that's when it should get enabled, but it doesn't. Oh. Okay, let's see here. When you're going off the wall. Wait, I haven't. Didn't I? Wait, where did I put that function? Oh, I put it in the wrong place then. Oopsie. Where did Emil put it? Blur from camera free. Oh, I put it at the 4, that's the wrong one. That's why nothing is working. Go of wall here, switch you. So that's why it doesn't work as it should. Put it in the wrong place. Darkenen. Good day, Pun Pun. How are you doing today? I'm making some progress here. I made this game. Isn't it pretty cool? That's awesome. Look at this. The game is going slow motion now because I've set it to. Because I'm testing things out. Because it's supposed to. Camera alert percent free. Oh yeah, it goes to 1 whenever it is in the free camera mode. Then that's correct. But then if I do this, there we go. Look at that. It does work now. So when you move here and just okay, wait. So it does this smooth arc here, and then if you jump, it jumps like this. Beautiful. Not that you won't be allowed to do such a jump here in the future, but if you enable it too early, it does for the remainder of the animation of the arcing, it does transition to following the ball. It's such a smooth animation. It looks so nice. It looks so nice. Beautiful. It should work the other way around too. Yeah. It is working. Let's see it in full speed. All I have with this thing is setting it to a quarter in the regular speed. Ooh, yeah. Watch streak, 20 streams. That's a lot of streams. Thank you for being here for 20 streams in a row. Transblank. Very cool. Okay. Yeah, this is the full speed. Yeah, it's very smooth. Should try it outside with don't have block. Which is this side. This is dark here though. But yeah, you're not supposed to be doing that. I have to fix the full physics, right? As of now. Wee. So either you get a full transition, or you can cancel with a jump. Which, if it completes it, boink. Yeah, you're not allowed to do these. That's obviously not. I haven't fixed the collision when you jump forward. That's the thing I will do. And also the ball is on the side, you see, because you can roll on any of these sides. And I have a line tracing where the ball is going. So anyway, that is working. Well, that is pretty cool. Let's go. Let's do that. So, what I wanted to fix was jumping into stuff. Specifically, I wanted to fix because you're jumping, the jump speed on the z-axis, as in the forward, is set to the same as the regular jump speed, but the jump speed should be faster first and slow down over time. Yeah. So what's okay? Let's see. I did have a calculator here somewhere. So I wanted to transition a distance of 2 across 8, so I would say 160 in this case, I guess. So therefore, if I, instead of using this one, I use 2 other constants, speed, initial, and jump speed decrease. I don't know if that's how you spell it, or whatever. And I spell the decrease to that amount. Oh well, due to physics, that number. What does the float calculator actually say? Yeah, okay. That's not a valid float value, but this one is, I think. Apparently not. Ah, interesting. It's close enough. But it would still work. If you're really worried about that, you work with flows and like, no, I don't like how it works. You can also work with a double. A double might sound like, oh, is it double the resolution? No. No, it's not double the resolution. It's much more. What is actually the resolution? Do I have a... Okay, how many is this? 4, 8, 16, so 20, 16, 23. But a double has what's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's an interesting way to arrange them. But on 4 rows, that makes it 52. So you don't get the double the resolution, you get... What do you... Yeah, it's 52 minus 23, 29. So it is 2 to the power of 29 times the resolution. So almost over, significantly over 500 million times the resolution of a double compared to the standard float. So if float doesn't give you high enough resolution, you have a double to use if you want that. And if that's not good enough for you, you can go to decimal. I don't know. Oh, it doesn't allow this input, but so if you, I think decimal has higher resolution. Yes, a decimal. Definitely. Okay, a float uses 32 bits. A double, hence name, uses 64 bits because it's 2 floats. And why it's 500 million times larger instead of like 2 times larger, it's the same thing. Like if you have a number 10 and you take another number 10 and add them together, you get 100. 100 is not twice as large as 10. So anyway, a decimal is 128 bits. But decimal, while also float, it uses base 10 instead of base 2. However, float runs on it does hardware calculations because hardware is built to calculate floats. It's not that float is designed to work on hardware, it's hardware designed to work with floats. Hardware does not is not built around supporting the decimal, and therefore decimal has to be done in software instead of hardware. Therefore it is slower to work with, but it has higher precision. Really depends on what you work with. If you want, if 128 bits base 10 decimal floating point number still isn't high enough precision for you, I mean, in that case, use an integer, define what resolution you want, and go with that, because an integer gives you fixed resolution. But anyway, and then, yeah. But obviously, the higher resolution you have with a fixed resolution when it comes to an integer, that means that the range you get will become smaller and smaller. But anyway, that's enough nerdiness from Bonbon. I think floats should be fine for this game, but I could just as well replace every single float in this game with doubles if I really want to have the high resolution, but I don't think it's necessary. Should I torture Bonbon or not? I don't think you should, Modessa. You really like that emote. I like that emote too. It is a funny one. How animated is it? Depends how animated. But I don't think Heartwood is animated. I think Heartwood just has like, I think it's the hand or like the full arm, the ear, and then the rest of the body, and the body is like stretching slightly to give a bit more nice look. And so the ear is moving upwards. The ear is tilted down when moving up and goes up when moving down. I think the other ear on the other side is doing the same actually. And the paw is more stretched, more moved upwards while going up, but then goes down while going down. Anyway, so that's an idea for how I could animate Bonbon. In case you wanna see Bonbon doing that. Anyway, I was working on this jump speed Z. The speed of the ball rotate. Oh yeah. So here we have transform jump speed Z. So what I will do instead is when the state is changed to jump forward. Okay, I don't need this anymore because all of this is my old code. Change orientation, change state to jump forward. Jump steps. I don't think. Okay, I could. So jump speed was set to jump speed initial. I set the constant. It should not be a constant. Not anymore. There we go. And then the jump speed will decrease every step. Okay, so if I go to the jump forward here, we have the jump speed here. We take jump speed and we subtract it by jump speed decrease. I still have the steps, just in case. So if I did this correctly and hopefully don't have any errors, that means that the ball will move fast forward first, but then will slow down. Okay, there's no errors. We'll see if it actually does what I wanted to do. So let's go up to the top here, so we can observe it here. And then I jump forward. Yeah, that's more what I like. So look when I jump back. Yeah, still doing that, which it should not do. So as I said, you should be able to jump out of this. Where am I here? Kind of a weird position, but sure, let's go with this. So you should be able to jump out. Oh, going that way. But you should not be allowed to jump back in. Yeah. So here we can see it. This is... Well, I guess the camera is not helping. So when you jump out, the ball does not clip through. Yeah, it's not even close. But when you jump back, it does hit it. Now the question is, when you jump this way, you should hit it. That makes sense that you're still hitting the underside of it. Maybe I should. Okay, if I jump down here. Because yeah, this ensures that regardless of how high up you are, you're always going to land 2 squares forward by this arc. But I wonder if yeah, I could. Let's draw more lines. Because I guess I haven't drawn enough lines. This one I will draw in. This is going to be the 6 points of the ball, so it kind of gives me the height, width, and everything of the ball. Or should I do up vector 3 orientation like that instead? Because I'm just thinking which color it would be. Lime green. So that's up, and I can have it down, and then forward needs a rotation. Let's get rotation view plus 90 and minus 90. P shouldn't be there. This one should hopefully... I could have it draw a ring, but too much effort. Trans flag. The real flag. So now we see like all the points goes from the center. Well, interesting that all the points goes from center. Huh. That's interesting. Oh. I need to them, and then that makes sense then. Okay, let's create a vector 3 offset. I just set that, and then I cannot create it again, but I have to override it. For each of these. Some of these codes are quite long. What is that minus? And then I do plus offset. There. There we go. There you go, that looks more correct, because they should still be. So as you move forward, it will create these lines. Smooth. Don't have an. I guess having one on the front and back would make sense. I guess. Which isn't harder than just doing it like that. There we go. I guess this works. Beautiful artwork. Oh, you actually don't see the ground here. That's not the case. Let me have a look. That's how does my I'm getting bombarded now. What does the original game deal with that? Yeah, no, the reference game also doesn't actually show it. That's yeah. So you can't see, you can bounce here. There's nothing in the way. You can't see it. I don't know how you would see it, because the issue is the camera is inside it. So like, it would be good to be able to see that there is something above here, but like, due to the camera's position, it wouldn't really be possible. So no, it's stuck. There we go, I'm free. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to do that. Okay, let's see how. Because I wanted to test this stuff here. So, I'll draw so many lines now. Let's see what's going on here. Jag är tillbaka, säger ringen. Hello! Oh no, det såg lite stressful här. Fan, I missed it. What did you The plushie is so small, I need to make the plushies larger. Should we decide how large the plushies should be? Still haven't done that. Yeah, you see these lines here you have? They cannot tell you the size of the ball. But anyway, so if I were to jump here, as we can see, the top of the ball is missing the cube, so it can jump out just fine. But if you try to jump back, it will collide in the cube and then therefore fall down. Which is how the rules should be. Now, the issue is... I wish I had a way to like clear the lines. In the, well, as I call it, a reference game, the lines are disappearing slowly. You would like a Sylveon plushie, wouldn't you? I would like a Sylveon plushie. Okay, anyway, enough distractions. So as I was saying, when you jump this way, you are supposed to hit this cube. You know what? This actually makes sense, to be fair. Because what I could have is that you hit the other side and then you fall down. Normally you would hit it and fall down this way, but like this puzzle game, the ball is already going on the side of the wall and jumping up here. So I don't think people should argue too much about logic in the physics now, should they? So yeah, so I guess if you hit the underside of the block, you will fall straight down. And then here you should not be, yeah, like it should not move like it should hit here and then okay. So when you hit a cube, oh, you could hit multiple cubes at the same time. That's the issue, because you could like hit here and then it's going to freak out. This is where I'm going to have a bit of an issue. Okay, let's hide the lime color for now. So I have a code here. That does the collision checks. So when you're jumping up, you can only jump up and fall down. That's the only things that it would check for. Taking notes, thank you. So I will have the exact same, so I will have a collision check. Well, I do have it here. It is interesting though. That it actually managed to find. No, of course it finds it, because as it does the collision, it just continues until it finds it. Because otherwise it doesn't stop. Now, if I were to put this code here at the very top, like that, stop as soon as you hit something, then it's not going to land on top of that. Let's try that. Just to see. So if I jump that and then jump back, it just donk. That's when it hits it. So, and of course when it is here, it should fall down. But the problem is if it is 2 cubes. So donk. So I will have a how do I C# creates array of undefined size? Is that possible? They do say use lists, but not using list. Plushies! So many plushies. Look at all those cute plushies. I mean, in that case, I could just define it by a large enough number. Like, how many cubes could you hit at the same time? Like 4. Logically speaking. So, I mean, I could make it 8. Holds all the cubes it found when colliding with cubes. There we go. Now let's see now. Hi Pun Pun, hello Yellow Pepper Soda. It's nice to see you. Now so it does the collider. If I take the position of the ball, the radius of the ball, does the collision store it in the thingy? Which technically I don't really need to check how many cubes it found because... But I guess that's a safety check. Because it will be a lot more than 0. So... How is the coding going? It's going well. I just have to figure out how... Because now, when you're jumping forward... Like, when you're jumping up... That was... The jumping up... Okay. I'm just speaking out loud just to try to figure out how I write this code. Jumping up is very simple because you only move straight up and then you fall straight down. You cannot hit a cube on the side. It's impossible. Obviously, a moving cube could, when you're flying up in the air, could come from the side and then collide with you. But I'm not taking that into consideration since the reference game does not take that into consideration either. So that's not gone. So while it could happen, the game will not take that into consideration. So as long as the ball is having an upwards direction, if it's maybe it's better to have it like that. If it collides with a cube, it therefore checks the player position, which is slightly above the cube. If the ball collides with a cube, it therefore checks the player position if there's a cube there it collides with. And if there is, it stops the jumping and then runs a function ball hits cube from below, because that it will push the ball downwards. Which is all because that's what it does. So it no longer collides with the cube, and because the jump speed is 0, it will therefore I do have jump speed 0 here as well. Interesting. So I don't really need it doubled, so I could just remove it from here. So even if it doesn't find what it's colliding with, it will still stop your jumping, like it's a safety. But if it doesn't, if it goes well, then when it starts falling downwards and it's collides with something, with a cube, or maybe no, I will have it in here actually. And then we move downwards, it will therefore check below the ball if it finds a cube. So if it goes down and the ball is inside a cube, it's not going to collide with the cube, because it has to find a cube below it. And that is like half a cube's length below the bottom of the ball. So it still checks a significant distance below itself. And it does that just to ensure that the cube it lands on is actually below it. And then it will, which I use the function place ball on cube, is the opposite. It will shift the ball upwards until it is on top of the cube. It does one extra check, is that if the cube is on both the width and the other width of the cube, if it's close to the center line, it will shift it over, but it does that very slightly. The amount that you don't really notice. Yes. Yeah. Third place. I will. I hope you get a lot of points today, Todd. You have done good today in the points collection, and that's cool to see. Quote, no one wanted Pon to jump on their banana, which I understand. And Cole has 18 points today. Cole is a good points collector. As a bunny, you probably know all about jumping. Well, I don't know about jumping as a ball. However, now we're moving over to the next code, which is the jump forward, which can also have the ball jump backwards, but that is a jump forward in the other direction. Here, it can collide with a cube. When it does collide with the cube, it needs to check. Why did the music stop? It does do that sometimes. It's rare, but sometimes it does that. It needs to check where is the cube in relation to the ball. So what I will do is okay, here's what could happen. Let's bring up the editor, a drawing software here. Oh, I can't see. Why am I doing this? Okay, just bring up this drawing software instead. I have a drawing software I'm actually make artworks in, but I could use that drawing software to drawing. Crazy idea, Fun. I know. It's always a wild idea, I know. Let's make the paper black so I don't flashbang people. So, here's the thing. The ball could hit one cube, or it could hit multiple cubes. The information I have regarding the ball is I have the center position of the ball. I know that one. So if it hits a cube, which is, so the ball has the same radius around it, and the cube has the same distances to all the edges. So these are perfect centers. So what I could do is measure the line between them and determine how flat it is, this being flat. If this line is, as in, I guess, the flatness, if this angle is less than 45 degrees, and the same thing in this direction, if it's less than 45 degrees, that's a hit from the side. If it's more than 45 degrees, that is a hit from the top. If the line is like this hitting the underside of it. And if the ball is up here and the line is, the ball would be more like here and the line is this. That's a hit from the top, hitting the top of it. But what makes the whole thing more complicated is that you could hit multiple cubes at the same time. Here, if the ball, like, it runs the game at 120 updates a second. Why is it playing ads? But whatever. So, and it registers a hit as soon as it intersects with something. And the ball doesn't move that fast. So when it barely touches it when it intersects with it. And the less it manages to intersect with, the less likely it's going to hit 2 cubes, for example. Because what it has to do is really intersect with the right spot to manage to hit both cubes at the same time. But in this situation it shouldn't matter, because it does hit both cubes with less than 45 degrees. And it should be no situation where it would hit like one at less than 45 degrees, but the other one more than. It doesn't make any sense. But what it could do, it cannot hit all 3 cubes at the same time, but it could land on both of these at the same time. So that it hits, well, it hits this cube and this cube at the same time. So this is a side hit and this is a top hit. And I think it should prioritize. No, it needs to do both. It needs to consider every cube. I guess that's it. So you just have to go through every cube. Now that I think about this, yes. It just goes through every cube, because if it has a side hit, it needs to move out of the cube. If it has a top hit, it needs to move out of it. If it hits the bottom of it, it needs to move out of it. So regardless of what it does, it needs to move out of it. Looks like a football playbook. Maybe. So yeah, so for every cube it hits, it will go through. So for each cube in no. Cube. I just want cube. Should I type game object cube? Is that what you want me to do? No, it should be a collider. Is it cube collided? In cube? No, in cube. Yes. Think that's how I write it. This one will usually have 1 cube it collides with, but in the rare instance it could be 2. It could be even 4. But manage to collide with 4 cubes is... I could also like increase the update rate of the game to 240 updates a second. That could work. Bounce, bounce. Oh, that would give much higher accuracy and stuff. But I don't think it's necessary. Plus the computer has to run even harder. I don't think it's necessary. So yeah, the cube collided with. So I need to get the heightness of it. How do I get it? Do I have function with that already? Well, I do have compare forward. Which is actually a vector3 function, so I'm not sure why I don't put it in the vector3 function, but whatever. So we'll have one rotation and a free position on the surface. So we'll have public static vectors. No, this would have float. Angle. A vertical angle. Yeah, vertical angle of two vectors. Vector origin, vector target, I guess. Or vector A and vector B. And it needs int orientation. So and there it goes. Excuse me. Who is Team Aqua Captain? This is a bit rude, isn't it? Hi, that's an entrance. She just slams the door open, pulls Pompon straight off, and hi. That's a way to make an entrance. I was gone for 2 programming streams, and now the ball is learning to jump. They grew up so fast. Yeah, I don't know how many streams I've managed to. Okay, how do I get the vertical angle of 2 vertices? Get a vertical angle of 2 vectors 3. What do I get with that there? Okay, maybe I should take vector 3, not the vector 3. Get the angle of 2 vector 3's questions and answers. I wanted to use vector 3 angle to get this angle, but it always returns bad. It is almost 180. It's never exactly 180 though. The reason is because the angle method measures the 2 vectors as if they were rays starting at origin and going through a point given. Oh yeah. Yeah, that didn't help me. Rude, yeah. I mean, a bit rude, isn't it? It's Amber from Neville's frequent viewers. Just want to say hi. Hello. I do appreciate you stopping by. I do appreciate it. Even though it's always a bit stupid. Yeah. Amber. I'm really starting remembering names. But I guess you are the Team Aqua captain. What if your name was Aqua Captain Amber? Then at least I would know what to call you. Or Team Aqua Captain Amber, but it's a bit long, isn't it? Maybe you don't want Amber in your name. It's kind of hard to find what I'm looking for here. Okay. What I have to do is get the direction, which I do with vector 3. Let's call it direction because it's reasonable. Where I take A, no, I take B minus A actually. And it's a good idea to normalize it. And then from this I can return a vector 3 angle, and how we actually use this is take the direction that I calculated and then use your reference, what you want to measure against, which in this case is, I'm getting bombarded with plushies, which is the up vector. Thank you for the plushies, Madhesa. Quote, I didn't mean to kidnap it, it was an accident. But I should be able to do here as well, like up is down. This should be right. Forward, left, and back. Hopefully this works. And this one can return 0, I guess, because you should never be in this. That orientation doesn't exist. It just is there for failsafe. So now I can do a vector 3x for the special ones. Vertical angle, where I take the ball's position, and then I take the cube collided with. I want to actually, I want the one that I collided with. Transform position. And then we take the orientation. This, wait. Oh. I need to provide the orientation of the ball. There we go. This should give me the angle it collided with. But it does give us 0 to 90 to 180 degrees. So I could do it minus 90 No. That would mean up is negative. We do 90 minus. There we go. That means that up is 90 degrees, horizontal is 0, and down is minus 90 degrees. So this angle will save in a float. We call it angle, because why not? Why make it complicated? Dreams. You like dreams? I like dreams. I'm a dream bunny. So with this angle, I could check if angle is higher than 45, that is a hitch, then the cube is above. If the angle is less or equal to larger or equal to minus 45. Also, I should probably tell that it uploads. And it's usually else if, because it doesn't need to run it otherwise. And the last else if it's below. So if it's above, I can just do the... I can just do the jump speed y. Should probably do... jump speed set 0 as well. But then the steps need to... Okay, wait. Jump steps said I will do jumps in const. That wasn't close to the word const. 80 steps. Total. Because then I can use this variable here to say that it should be less than the total number of steps. And here it will stand say jump steps. No, it's just total. Because when I hit it from below, forward movement will also stop. Might not make sense, but... And if it's you hit it from above, it will again stop. You will be placed on the cube and you become in the standstill mode. So only thing that's not working at the moment is the 45 degrees, but we could still check if this works. Because we still have places we can test this. Dream time. I am writing down my dreams from last night in my dream journal. What would you like to share? It was about Pon Pon, who I met, and she was wearing an adorable, cute dress. I pulled it off. So if I do... Why did I bring up control? I don't need... Yeah, look at that. That works. I'm happy with that. Yeah, it still doesn't work with that one, but bonk, bonk, bonk. That's pretty cool if it doesn't work. Bonk. But you can't, yeah. Yeah. Bonk. The ball freaks out when you hit it though. Not sure why. Doesn't make any sense. Oh, hey. Oh, they were old, so I think I will skip sharing. Fair enough. And this should still work regardless of the orientation. Yeah, works fine there. Can't really test. Well, I can test this orientation too. Yeah, works well here. Works It's perfectly fine. The only weird thing is the ball like spins weirdly. I mean, I don't mind it, but maybe it shouldn't spin that fast though. Why does it spin so fast? Because that doesn't make sense to me. Because it does have the jump speed thingy. Inertia thing, but like... That should just be the regular... It's just the regular jump speed. So whenever it hits it and it sets the jump steps to the total, so it stops moving forward, it starts decreasing the inertia, but like that shouldn't make the ball move faster. It should keep its regular rotation speed. And you start slowing down instead. Hello, Wolf. Wolf. Hello, hello. I will look up my Pon dream if you're curious. I don't know if I wrote it down. What we need to know about. And now I need the ball hit cue from side. And the thing with a side hit is I kinda want to invert. Let's just for the sake of argument. Take this. I do have the rotating moving. Let's set it to MathX normalized rotation plus 180 float. Let's see what happens. This might have some weird side effects. Or it might work exactly how I want it to work. Yeah. That did not work as I wanted it to. Kinda it's not how I wanted to work, but it kinda works. Bonk bonk. And bouncing off the wall. This got me stuck. But yeah, this is how we get off it. Why does it get stuck there? This is a mode where I actually managed to hit both at the same time. Boom. Okay. It's not really going as I wanted to. I mean, it's close to what I want. It is close to what I want. So Because I could similarly just have it stop moving. But I do want it to kinda a bit bounce off the wall. But it should probably be based on, so like it hits it and then the speed is reduced down to a specific value. But if it's below that, it doesn't increase to that value. Yeah, if I did that, it's... That's not really going as I wanted. Yeah. The way the camera is staying up there. That's weird. Camera should be. Oh yeah, that's. Why does the camera get stuck up there? Doesn't make any sense at all. Because the camera should just follow the ball constantly. But the ball is just falling down, and the camera like, whoops, there you go, there went the ball. But whoa, Ointment with those highlighted boobs. You didn't highlight those. Could I highlight those boobs? Okay, it needs to... I guess Pon Pon is being highlighted there. Okay, let's do ball, hit cube, side. We'll still take the cube it's hitting. We'll take the cube it's hitting on. But then we take the rotation move. Continue moving, yeah. This function doesn't exist yet, but I will create it. What do I do that? I can just click on ball hit cube below and I just place ball on cube. Simple, ball cube below, complicated. Public void ball hit cube side. We'll take vector 3 cube position int orientation, but we'll also take float rotation. And now we'll do stuck. There we go, that's at least some kind of highlighting. Just your love for my boobs. Wait until I grow my own boobs. Okay, you appeared in 2 dreams. If you're curious, I guess I can read what I wrote. I mean, yeah. Go ahead. Hopefully nothing embarrassing for me. Or you. I mean, share as much as you want to share. It's all up to you. I understand these are dreams, so those aren't like... Well, they are dreams. Dreams can be silly. Oh, yeah. Some kind of competition, 6 screenshots of my underwear of the day to put on my server. And my calico is often fast. My calico wanted the early one where Pon Pon hasn't blushed yet. And Todd is cutting out Pon Pon's head. The calico shows the full as much Pon Pon is showing. What Orimin is... Orimin? Where did that come from? But Todd is like just focusing on the anyway. Poor Pon Pon doesn't even get to see that you're looking at the anyway. Anyway, how do we do this? I know with the rotation which cube is being hit. I wonder if I should have a special state where just after it bounces off the wall it should like go into free fall. I think that might be a good idea. Perhaps. Because it shouldn't be able to collide with another side after colliding with the first side. So this comes the tricky part. The first one is a bit boring. June 7th reads, I was watching Pon Pon. She was playing a horror game, which I would never do. Thank you for reading. I'm going to finish this comment. It involved a facility with several floors. Well, I could see what you mean by that. You were playing your own software and or game development. Ooh. Ionima. Or just IU for short. Thank you for reading. Appreciate it. How much you're working on. You wanna see? This is what I've been working on. It's a game about balls, just one ball, and cubes, and you can roll on these cubes. Oh my gosh, like the editor window here, so we can see like, and then you can go over the edge, and then you can travel on all the sides like this. Woo! And then you can jump down and you shouldn't be able to save yourself there. I'm still working on the code. That's why it should bounce you back when you hit from the side. But you should be able to jump out of this one like that, perfectly fine. But if you hit it, you should bounce off. But yeah, this is what I've been working on. I like balls. Yeah, don't we all? Ooh, that's cool. That's kind of trippy. I like it. Yeah, you have to like figure out on all the 6 sides that you can travel on cubes and how you can jump and stuff. So it's going to be quite interesting. This line that is being traced here is being erased slowly. So this is what I'm working on. The line is in the center of the ball. Thank you for following me as well. So yeah, then the puzzles will be to try to figure out how to pick up the required pickups and then to reach the goal. So currently, what I'm working at this very specific moment is specifically that thing that I did there when I hit the cube from the side. I think I hit the cube from the side. Actually, I kind of need to know that. That's why I have this debug code here. So, but what were you working on? So here you hit on the other side. Kind of hard to see because it gets a bit messy. And if we go here, the green line shows the top of it, so it does not collide with it. And if you jump the other way, yeah, you can clip inside it. You definitely, yeah, I would say that you're hitting, because this goes in here. Someone is knocking on the door for some reason. Give me a moment. Perfectly planned. Not only did I drop the dynamite from while swinging on the rope, I made sure that the arc with the wall bounce on the angled wall was at a perfect angle to hit the other opponent, so both fell into the water.
These things are not just freaking platforming challenges, they're also puzzles.
Yeah. At least they have that in the bonus and not in the regular level.
Yeah, where freaking it's not impacting my lives.
It's not impacting your life, you know, in a negative way.
I mean, that's debatable, but
Guessing if I could flame that one. And now I'm making excuses, but I think it's pretty fair to make excuses for that. Did I? No, I didn't. Yeah, so, I'm surprised that worked. It was just a neighbor. Let's get back. And that clip, I said, like, I've been thinking about having stream bots save the whole chat, and it's been doing that. So, yeah, as we can see here, because the white line, which is the center of the ball, does hit the side of the cube, it is a side hit. It is barely a side hit, which actually means that you can cheese this. And I don't like that, because if you're standing here, no, you're still hitting it. Oh yeah, no, that makes sense, because the ball is still okay. Okay, that makes sense. Fair enough. So even if you're like, even if you're like the most outside, this is even slightly outside, you're still hitting it. Okay, fair enough. So I guess you won't be able to cheese it then. So let's see, what did we say? I'm making a Metrovania about a spider. Doing some level design today. So you got like, because have you made like most of the logic of the gameplay so far? No reference, I don't know what that is. Object reference not set on is not an object. Please give fixed update. 325. Okay, let's hide this. And let's see what 325 is. Might be the code. 325. But wait, how do you get a object if it's not set on an instance of an object? What do you mean? Didn't it shouldn't even run this code if it's not an object. Wait, what? I don't get it. I don't get it. Logic is mostly done, yeah. Nice, nice. So I have to do logic for boss fights and new enemies and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, yeah, when I make with this, I'm going to have to make logic for like enemies moving about and stuff like that. But yeah, but like the player movement and stuff, logic is done, I assume. or mostly. Maybe you go in tweak, of course. So currently, what I have left to do is what do I have left to do when it comes to play logic, movement wise? I just need to make it be able to hit a wall from the side, so it actually bounces back a bit and falls down. And I think that's all when it comes to play movement. There's a few more things, like you should be able to look up and down with the camera, but that's just going to be an amplifier and add thing to the camera rotation, so it will still work while you're like, even if it goes between the free camera and fixed camera. And let's see. And then you should be able to die and restart a level and stuff like that, but that comes later. Now the problem is the hitting the ball from Q from the side thing in logic here, which is currently empty. Is that, so I know which way it's facing, which way it's attacking in Q from. So only thing I need to now, I guess I could try to figure out, I figure out which axis it is. I think that makes the most sense. So let's do that. Let's bring up the diagram, the sheet here of numbers. The sheet of numbers. Huh. What do I put? Those numbers. That must be in this document. Yes. There we go. Found it. Okay, so we're going to have two things I have to consider here. The rotation you are at and the orientation. The rotation orientation. Let's see, what did it say? Anyway, I had a research on. No, it's understandable, but I've got company coming over, so I'm gonna go for that. Yes, go and get ready. Don't want to be too late on that. But I understand. I mean, I raid and run too. I raid out usually because I have to do all this stuff. Have a nice stream. I hope you had a nice stream, and I really appreciate you reading in here. Have a good one. Coachy is here sneaking in, picking up a peanut. What will you do with that peanut, Coachy? Do you want to check how cute you are? No, you're doing that, Redeem. Coachy is 21% cute today. Oh, that is extremely low, actually. The second one is slightly more inappropriate. No, I mean, how inappropriate could it be when it comes to Pon Pon? But not something that we would not talk about on stream normally. Should I put? Yeah, go ahead. I don't even remember what I said. Anyway. Welcome in, our El Presidente, Coachy, the legend, the hero. Weren't you like a king as well? Or something? Yeah. June 28th reads, I was watching Pon Pon the Dream Bunny. I drew her some art. She looked in my art and saw a picture I drew of an anthropomorphic wolf chasing a anthropomorphic bunny. The bunny got stuck in a fence. We could see a fence. Yeah, that sounds like a typical Pon Pon idea for drawing. A rabbit wearing a dress or skirt tries to jump through a fence, gets stuck. A view from behind showing right up her skirt. Maybe she can wear a skirt and Yes, finally getting through the fence and losing the skirt on the way. Anyway. Let's do the numbers. I guess I could show this one as well. Doing the numbers. And we're doing the numbers here. It's kind of small, isn't it? I mean, I could shrink it down and enlarge it. So, if you're facing forward, in orientation 0 is Z plus. Can we center this? Makes it a bit easier to read. And therefore this is Z minus. And if you're to the side, which way is that? Okay, I should probably start the game just having a bit of a look around. Wait, I don't have the values to see. Okay, wait. I need the okay, I don't need those here. Let's get rid of those. I basically need to see the players' rotation and orientation. Let's do that. Let's shrink this down a bit so we can see the view here. Like that. And then we select the players so we can see these values here. Which orientation, rotation. Okay, so this is minus 90. So therefore this is minus x and is x minus, I would say. And this is x plus. There are both the dreams you appeared in. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, I appreciate that. The second one is definitely but Silver episode, I think your dream is telling you to make that drawing. Will you make that drawing? So if I travel to orientation 1, so orientation 1, 0 and 5 and 3 are all 1, 3 and 5 all have is the same like that. So the question is, okay, minus 90, this is orientation 1, is y plus, so this is y minus. Orientation 3 is the inverse, so this is y minus, this is y plus. Orientation 5, the others, okay, minus is x plus and x minus. So the 2 and 4 are the ones I'm curious. Okay, here's 4. So 0 is y plus. So 90 is x plus. So this is y minus and this is x minus. And then I just have to travel all the way to the other side. This one is y minus. But I guess, yeah, this is the x plus, y plus, x minus. So here's the thing. So I will have to now figure out how to make that work. Also that should have been she looked in my art folder. I forgot the word folder now. Yeah, that makes more sense. Looked, because like looked at the art, looked in the art folder. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't drawn in a long time. I used to do it a lot, but that was like 10 years ago. Maybe we should try to go back to that. Do some doodles and stuff. Just try and see what you feel about it. A random Metallica song is not random. It's just whichever song is the first on the list. Hello, Marshall Silver. Thank you for stopping by. Howdy. Your web episode is 78% Q today. I am stuck in the 70s, it seems. No, don't be stuck there. Chili dogs. I don't know. I only know chili dog from Sonic and nothing else. Plushie. Okay. What patterns do we have here? Because there are 6 different values. Because we got X plus, Z plus, and Y plus. Why did I stop the music? I don't know what's going on with the music. But then we have X minus. I wonder if I should do this instead. Do. As with that. There. Makes it easier for me to see. There's certainly a pattern to how this appears. But question is then, what is the smallest code I could write? Yummers. I assume they're tasty. That's why they exist, but don't know what they are like. So this is probably the more compact way for me to do this. So let's create an enum I call axis, which will be a byte. One tasty bite. Wait, is that not how to create an enum? Maybe I can't create. Oh, let's create the enum outside then. Public enum axis. I guess we'll go X positive, Y positive, Z positive, X negative, Y negative, Z negative. I guess that makes sense. And the axis should probably be a capital letter. So where did I put the function? I could just go to the jump forward here, ball hit cube side. There we go. There it is. So go with rotation. Okay, let's go with axis, and then this is the forward axis. Actually, why don't I have a function for that? Why don't I just have a forward axis? Wait, I already have a forward axis. Wait, I have a function with it already. It's called forward. Where I insert rotation and orientation. Yeah, I already got this. So a return. You have 360 coupons to spend. Oh, yes, I do. I did not realize I had 2 Pon dreams. I guess you're tired in first for the streamer. I had the most dreams with 10 minutes. You need to dream about Pon more, I hear. Or rather, maybe I should enter your dreams more. Maybe that's the correct phrase here. Since I'm a dream bunny. Doesn't make sense if you dream about the dream bunny, doesn't it? So I have the forward. Can I like... Can I? Of course I can. What if I do... instead of vector 3, I call it an int. Maybe that should be a lowercase I in that case. Gives the... Gives an integer representing the forward axis. Yeah. Well, I guess I can't call it int because it's not by name. So the question is then which numbers I should use for which directions. Because when I wrote this thing here, let's put an error so I can find it. I think you can like... You can mark it like that, which I should do more often so it shows up. I did write this X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. I don't know if this is a good order of them. Because the actual order I do goes, maybe I should keep it in this order. Bit of a weird order perhaps. Y, X, Z, X, Z, Y. Positive, 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 negative, negative, negative. Maybe I'll keep it in this order even if it's a weird order. Because then it just returns... Well, that's just orientation. No. This doesn't make sense. Add something. Got some brunch from a market deli. Pretty tasty avocado toast and all. Never tried anything like that. One is not tried avocado toast. Okay, maybe I do as I was planning on doing at first. Then let's just make it simple. It's a simple function instead of a bunch of mathematics. Let's keep it simple. Maybe not codally the most efficient, but it will work, and that's performance-wise it should still be good though. I don't think that matters. I think that's worth something. Got a patty melt bit and order yummy things. Well, I know what a patty is, I guess. Whatever a melt is. Built. So, with the rotation, so we have case minus 90. And then we have case. And then we do default, which is return 0. And I don't need any of this. So this will be 0 plus 19 plus 180. So this one will normally return minus x. I wonder if I should have it here as a reminder for me. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one is x negative x, so that's 3. This one is normally z plus, so 2. This one is x plus, so 1. And this one is z minus, so 4. Normally. But now we need exceptions. So if that's not what I wanted to copy in picture. If the orientation is, or there's 3 exceptions here, that's annoying. So in this case it might almost be easier to put a switch inside a switch. What's your point putting a switch inside a switch? So this is switch orientation case 1 return that's y plus, so 0, and then we have case 1.1. Also typing it wrong. Excuse me, Mal the tank man. Why this now all of a sudden? 3 will return 5, and case 5 will return x plus is 1, and now we have a default 3. Whoa. That just happened. Hopefully no one was looking. I feel like everyone was looking. I'm getting bullied. Okay, at 0, it's shifted. Instead of 1 and 3, it's 2 and 4, but 5 does actually align with default, so I'm gonna delete that. And now it's 1 and 3 again, but 5 and 0 are flipped, and this 1 is 3, so this one is flipped. And this one is back to 2 and 4. Again with the flipped these 2 and 4 and 5 doesn't exist. And then delete those. There we go. A bit messy code, but so now I can go back here. Again, I don't really need those, but so instead of forward vector 3, I will get forward int, and this will be int forward, I guess I can call it, and then forward. And I only care about what's forward. Now this information here is confusing. Positive y, positive x, positive z, negative x, negative z, negative y. That one doesn't do anything. Blush, blush, blush. QY. Okay, let's see how. QY. Because it hits the side, it needs to subtract half a cube. So minus 0 period 5 float and minus. Okay, I think the function is mostly the same. And this should shift the ball out of the cube. Can't remember that one. Okay, well, let's see if it works. This should shift it out so it just touches the cube, but I will set the ball into a free fall mode. Which is different from the jumping forward mode. And also the jumping forward, I could switch it over to a free fall mode as soon as the forward motion is done. I could do that. Pretty bun. Thank you, Blues Break. I appreciate that. I appreciate the compliments. There we go. So if I now jump here, okay, it is freaking out a bit. But at least it's not going through the wall. Let's step 1. Okay. Let's go back to the code that is doing the jumping forward. Yes, it does the correction, but it doesn't do anything else. So a few things it needs to do is stop going upwards, even though that doesn't make sense. I guess. Actually, let's set all these to 0 for now. Yeah, I'll probably just set it in a freefall mode, because the freefall mode only has to check downwards, so it's beneficial in that sense. So now, yeah, now it doesn't freak out as much. If you would like to do that, you can do that. Donk. Whoops. Don't jump while you're moving backwards, because the ball will jump backwards. Should I fix that? If you're moving, I guess that would be a setting for the player. If you're moving backwards and you press jump forward button, should it still jump you forward? I feel like it should, shouldn't it? That's an easy fix. Because all it does is it says state jump forward, so all I have to do, I mean, unless you disagree with that, but I think jump forward should disregard that you're backing up. Well, I need to make a patty melt now. Leave those back home. A restaurant served one called the city. Cause San Francisco an hour away. I'm confused by this sentence. Is famous for sourdough. Something. Well, I don't even know what a patty melt is. Oh well. Cubes and spheres. This is secretly a game about Borg? Well, Borgs had like pyramids and other shapes too. I was thinking, yes, I was thinking about it correctly. You are thinking about it correctly, but they had more shapes than just cubes and spheres. Cubes were the most common shape. Sphere is a very strange shape for them to make, but a cube makes sense. Because in a cube they just make a section, because they were they were like, not robots, they were cyborgs, but like, they were very logical thinking. So it would make perfect sense that they would just make a section that is cube shaped, because that's the most efficiently thing that you can then put together, and then you have a large cube. And then you'll kind of like make one section which is a small cube, and then you just put multiple cubes together and you have a large cube. And because it's space shapes, there's no friction in the space, so you don't need like streamlined shapes, so a cube works perfectly fine. So it's a perfectly fine, like perfectly logical shape for them, their spaceships to have. Should I play Star Trek games? There are some games I should. Land games ever. Okay, how many Star Trek games are there? I played 3 in my past, I think. Obviously, it has to be games I actually can play, like solo and stuff. Star Trek. List of Star Trek video games. List of Star Trek games, I guess. Board games. Okay, let's skip that. Tabletop games, card games, role-playing games. Wait. These are still board games, right? These are like RPG board games. That's a thing, right? Yeah, so yeah. I haven't really thought about that. That makes sense. Yeah, kind of like Dungeons and Dragons is probably the most popular RPG game. Starship Simulator games? No, but let's skip pinball games. Let's skip the video games. We've got 3 arcades, so that's probably not going to be very playable for me. We got the Star Trek text game, Star Trek script. Quantum is back. I don't know why it's disconnected or refused to reconnect again. Well, let's see what you're talking about here. Native Northern Californians tend not to call it San Fran, by the way. We call it a city, or if we live there, the city by the bay, or just San Francisco. Well, Blues Break, hate to break it with you. I'm not from Northern California. Therefore, you cannot use local terminology to refer to a place, because it absolutely makes no sense. Like, imagine if I use local terminology to refer to places where I lived. That wouldn't make sense to anyone. And yes, people are referring to the city as the city when they live in the city. Anyway, I couldn't say that because my internet was gone for like forever. So we can tell tourists typically by them saying San Fran. Well, I wouldn't say San Francisco. Oh, I guess I have yet to see the pyramid ships. I think there are pyramid ships. I could be wrong. I'm still on Voyager. I don't know. I just thought they were. I could be wrong though. I would love watching Starship games myself. Yeah, well, I guess I should play them. There are lots of good video games of Star Trek. Also a good amount of bad ones. Yeah, I like playing good and bad games. The Ferengi will bring back 1.20 gold per platinum an hour. Yeah, back finally. I don't know what happened there. Actually, we can use local terminology. God and store this. You made me do this. Here's a thing. I've seen this kind of argument being made. And you can guess which people they're making an argument about. Is that people are using local terminology when they are talking about things to an international audience. And then the international audience, some might be familiar with the local terminology because they might have been exposed to it in different media or might have consumed media that utilize it and stuff like that. But some people might not at all be familiar with it. I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, that's not very useful. And I would say, like, yeah, when you're talking to an international audience, you kind of need to take into consideration that you're talking to an international audience. They don't know your local stuff. The defense that is made so often is that, but that's how these people speak where they are from. But yes, but that's a stupid argument. Because as I already stated, I have local terminology where I live too, where I would refer to location and places relative to where I am that I would not use on the internet because it wouldn't make sense to anyone on the internet. This is an exclusive thing done to certain people of a certain region, which you can guess certainly which people I'm talking about. Yeah. Point is, yeah, you can use local terminology, but don't expect people to know what you're talking about. But anyway, enough of that. Roll Tide quote: "You're not weird because you're old. You're weird because you're weird, and you're also old." From America, I'm referring to people from the United States who goes on an international travel or talk to someone over the internet and like, I'm from this place. Like, I don't know what kind of accent that was. And like, I don't know where that place is. Maybe you could say that you're from, I don't know, United States. And then there are people, when this is mentioned, the people come in defense like, well, that's how the people speaks back where they are from. Yeah. And when I'm out travel or speak to people on the internet, I say that I'm from Sweden. Do you think, honestly, that I say I'm from Sweden when I'm talking to someone in my local city? Because that's the argument being made. No, I'm not. Because that would be stupid. Unless, obviously, is relevant to the conversation. So yeah. I'm from Foxland. So... I'm from Delaware, or should I call it as a Delaware? I have no knowledge of San Francisco. Besides friends with proximity of that city, and that's limited, so it can get confusing quite frequently. And last time I was in the West Coast was in the early 2000s, Seattle, but barely. Well, I don't know where Delaware is. I don't know that country. It's somewhere in North America. Last time I was on the West Coast. That was a long time ago. I tried to remember if I could mention a year or something, but I probably can't. It's so long ago. But it was to meet some people I know. And obviously, I was referring to the west coast of Sweden. I was just saying it like that just to be funny. Because again, saying the west coast doesn't make much sense. I mean, obviously you're talking about San Francisco, and you did mention Seattle, so that would be on the west coast of where you are from. But but I've seen people who because I was talking to someone who is from the United States, relevant to this story, I guess, where I talked about something that was located on the east coast of Africa. I was talking about African things and mentioned Africa, and then I said that I think that is on the east coast, to which the person thought I was talking about the east coast of the United States. How? I mean, I guess how? But like that's a weird conclusion to make, because I was saying Africa and African things on the east coast. Like, I didn't say east coast of Africa because I thought that was relevant. Like, I thought you kind of would make that conclusion, but apparently not. Like, if I say I'm from Sweden and I live on the east coast, what? I mean, now it's kind of obvious what I'm referring to here, but like, I do wonder what conclusions people will make from that statement. To me, that means I live on the east coast of Sweden, but I do wonder what different people from different parts of the world would think if I make that statement. Like, which country would they think of? And I wonder if there's bias. I need to test this. Although, if I were to just ask, like, I'm from Sweden and I live on the east coast, which country do I live in? That's kind of like obvious. But I'm like, some would probably also see this as a tricky question. So obviously it's a hard test to do because I need to make it like, I guess a better question would be like, I'm from Sweden and I live on the east coast. Which major city do you think I will live the closest to? That could work, because if they were to say, well, Stockholm, that would make sense, as I guess. If they were to say, I don't know, New York, then like, I see where your mind went. So I guess that would be a way to test it. Quote, I'm not trusting you, pig, not because you're a pig, but because you lied. And you're also a pig. Foxington specifically. Is Foxington a region in Foxland? North of Foxborough. Basically between northern, east coast and southern. LMAO. I see what you mean by this. Well, I'm glad I'm providing the information. I was going to ask a question about kids transitioning, but I'm not sure how to word it. Well, you are free to ask the question. Well, I guess you could. Okay, well, let's do this. Ask the question. And then I will say if there's any problem with the way you're asking it, so you know for the future. Do the doctors need parental consent before the kids transition? Depends on what transition you're talking about. If the kids wants to go through such a thing, at least in Sweden, I do not know the exact details, but because there's multiple different ways to transition, but I assume you mean, well, no, I cannot assume, because first you have the social transition. You don't need any doctor's approval of that. So when it comes to doctors, that's medicine and surgery. Surgery is not allowed to be done on children as of now, unless it's a serious medical need. So far, being trans is not considered serious enough. They might be different in the future, we'll see. But medicine, well, you don't need medicine until you reach the teen years, where you start producing. I think I could be wrong about that. And I would assume you need the guardian's permission before providing medicine. Well, I guess you would prescribe the medicine for the child, and then it's up to the parent to provide it. So I guess a parent could refuse. I actually don't know how that works. Surgically wouldn't happen. Yeah, I don't know. Transition between surgeon transition. Yeah, I guess that hopefully that answers questions. Is I don't know. To me, that means you love the beach because that's in walking distance. Well, there's like a beachish thing in walking distance from a lake here, but I don't have like the ocean. I don't like walking in. I don't live so close to the coast, but I'm very close to the coast. It's different in America, or at least I think it's different. But yeah, there's a lot of misunderstandings regarding this, because the common argument is people make is that they're forcing the kids to forcing surgeries on the kids just because they show a tiny bit of opposite genderness. Like no, not at all. But people for some reason believe in this instead of thinking critically. Like, this doesn't even make sense, because if a person shows, because they're like, oh no, this boy likes to play with dolls, for example, now we should force the boy to be a girl. That makes no sense, because you're looking at a very tiny detail. What about all the other? I mean, first off, you can't really judge the gender of a person this way. First off, that's wrong. I mean, that's also like a flag. Like, but if we say you can judge a person's gender by this, why are you looking at this one detail? Why are you not looking at all other stuff too? Because if it's, say, for example, that you're forcing this person to become a girl, now you're going to look at all these things that this person, this boy, who is actually a boy in my example, doing all these boyish things, which is so much more than just playing with dolls. Are you going to force this child to become a boy again, and then you're just going to go back and forth constantly. It makes, like, the argument makes no sense if you just think about it the slightest. And yeah, and the surgeries are usually not allowed to be done on children in the first place. And also a lot of the people who are against, because they all say like, oh, this, like, oh, they're forcing the transition and the surgery of the genitals is usually what the argument are. A lot of these, I can't say a lot of these people, but some of these people are arguing for modifying the genitals of babies already because they are for circumcision, which I'm strongly against, which is a horrible thing, because that is done without consent, without even having some form of like at least if we say in this horrible world where children are forced to transition to another gender just because they show at least one detail, at least there's some signs of it. Circumcision is done without anything, and that's why I'm strongly against it and find it to be horrible. But it is not illegal in many countries around the world, and I find that crazy. The equivalent, no, I don't know the name of it, the equivalent done to girls is illegal, but to boys is not illegal. And that's not only, that's also sexist, and it should not be allowed. So, and there's been attempts to ban it, but then they're like, but what about religious people, or how about consent? And that's my political views. But what frustrates me the most about this is specifically the trans thing and all, because they're so strongly for mutilating the genitals of children through circumcision, but they're strongly against doing modifying the gender of someone who actually would want to transition. So it's, yeah. Should probably not be surprising that I have that opinion as a trans person myself, since that was the, yeah. Oh no, the kids are gay. Kids are allowed to be gay too. Kids are the Offsprings. Is that a song by the Offsprings? If you're an adult, 18 or older, you don't need parental consent. That is true. There is the possibility of parents might not approve, but I'm not talking about approval over here. Oh yeah, there might be a certain, yeah, like, because there's a lot of people who are against trans people. So yeah. I'm a fox now. Yeah, you are a fox. What I know of America, you cannot get surgery until I think you're 16 with parental consent, am I wrong? I don't know what it is in Sweden. I'm a fox. You're a fox. There's also the intertwining of sex and gender. Oh well, it's two separate things. Yeah, it's complicated. Biology is complicated. It's not easy things. I go choo. Quote, I'm a furry. In more than one sense. Oh, you're southern, I go near. Southern fox. I thought it's a northern fox. That's all specific, but yeah. I think you can take hormone blockers around the time you enter puberty. Yeah, that's like you would get hormone blockers before, and I'm not trans, so I wouldn't know. Yeah. Okay. This is song 2 by Blair. And now you're adding song 2 again. And now we have song 2 twice. I guess you really want that song. I played with both sides of the quote, unquote, features and activities of both traditional roles of sexes. So assuming I'm ABCD is ludicrous. And well, it wasn't even my parents' choice to be circumcised, just happened. Oh yeah, I think that's also a thing, which is even more insane. Like they like, not specifically forcing, but like the doctors are just doing the circumcision even without parents' approval or something. Like they like assume it should be done or something. I could be wrong. That could be a misconception that I've heard. And why I and others are firmly against the forced circumcision before the adulthood. Well, I mean, I know what you're saying, but forced circumcision should always be not allowed. So, but yeah, you should be allowed to have the choice to do it if you want to when you're an adult. To which, as there was some like, I heard a counter argument against that, being like, yeah, well, there was some people who weren't circumcised when they were babies, so they decided to do it as adults when they had the opportunity, like when they were allowed to do it. Because they wanted to have that as part of the religion or something, I would assume. Which is their choice if they want to. But then they say that all these, well, the sexual activities, all the related to it, wasn't as enjoyable anymore. So therefore, they are arguing that circumcision should be done from the start. So it's something you're used to. Like, that's terrible argument. The bot is very struggling a lot for now for some reason. Yeah, my bad. I kind of slightly poorly written a bit, but I'm glad you understand what. Yeah, I know what you meant. Because it is not forced on adults, so it's already the case. Yeah. Apparently, cross-dressing was originally illegal in Germany. I don't know. How would they define that? If I were to just search, was cross-dressing illegal in Germany? There is an idea that I can find something that in Weimar, Germany, that you need to be yeah, starting from 1908, it would be considered a public nuisance to cross-dress. So that wasn't great. People should be allowed to dress however they want. I mean, as long as they're dressed. Of course, the Nazi Germany was very strongly against cross-dressing, as no surprise there. But yeah, all those are, of course, removed from the modern day Germany. Yeah, Germany has a terrible past, so yeah, it's not surprising. There. Where was I? Take all my time stuff with a grain of salt. It is confusing as hell again with all the false information. There's a lot of false information. That's why I also like to be correct about stuff. I should be more correct about stuff. I should correct myself. It takes now typical Fox behavior. They also do search on intersex baby. Yeah, that's also a thing. Like there are, of course, when there's a case where it's a genuine threat to the biology and that actually is really harmful or possibly can lead to death, I could see it being a requirement. But if there's no harm, then yeah, then it shouldn't be done. Like if it's a necessity, then I can understand it, because you can't ask the baby like, would you do you take the risk to have it this way and potentially have complication and possibly dying, or no, you can't really do that. You kind of have to go with the assumption that the person does not want to live with complications that well. But if there's no issues, then yeah. So I would have that one exception there, but otherwise it shouldn't be done. Don't force surgeries unless it's a necessity, as in putting the person's health to a threat. And I don't talk about socially. Personal feelings aside, cross-training shouldn't be illegal. But I mean, yeah. Kind of weird you saying personal feelings aside though. Because that kind of, I mean, this is more of a, when you, as you phrase it that way, because then you're saying personally, I feel like cross-dressing should be illegal. And I think you're in the wrong place for someone who really enjoys femboys, who are men who are very feminine and usually involves cross-dressing. Yeah. And considering everything I've said recently, I'm quite against putting limitation on what people are allowed to do. So I'm just making sure that you're aware of like how your phrasing here can come off as. I personally don't think clothes should be gender at all. It is kind of silly. I do find it a bit silly, yes, because I've thought about that myself. Sure, men typically have wider upper bodies than women, so I mean, women have boobs, and women typically have wider hips and narrower waist. Typically, that's not always the case. So therefore, they typically do male and female clothing. So if you don't wear, yeah, so it might fit weirdly. But people usually like are very varied in their body shapes anyway, so you can't really do it like that anyway. But for when it comes to children, they're usually not that different. So what I've thought about for a clothing store is, what if, because they do have girls and boys separate sections, like you don't really need that, do you? Because you could just have a children's section. Because you have a girls and boys section, you basically have to specify, is this, I mean, technically you could have a clothing in both sections, but you kind of have to specify, is this article of clothing a boy clothing or girl clothing? Like if it's just a single colored t-shirt, like that would probably be put in the boys section. But what's wrong with a girl to wear it? I mean, it's like pink, light purplish, that would have we put in the girls section. But like, why can't it just be under a children's shirts section? Because I'm like, I mean, because I cannot, because I'm thinking like, if you go to an online store, because you have sections for clothing, obviously when it comes to skirts and dresses, that's typically for girls to wear. That's what typically you'll see. Don't often see boys wear it, basically never at all. But that's still not an issue when it comes to have a unified children's section, because you will have the category skirt and dress as two separate categories. And if you're buying clothes for a boy that most likely will not wear those, you wouldn't go to those sections. So that's also not an issue. The only article of clothing I would say would be gendered would be the underwear, because that's the part of the body that actually is shaped differently. So, but aside from that, so I mean, you would have two sections, like boys underwear and girls underwear, and that's it. The rest could be in the same section. I wonder if they should. I think like a big store, a big clothing store should kind of try that just to see what happens. Parents would freak out. And they could do that with adults too, but they usually do adult clothes in two different sizes, shapes, so I'm not sure how well that would work. I might find it weird and a bit cringe, but making it illegal is too far even for me. Again, wearing clothes of obsession should not be a crime. But yeah, we're just the personal feelings aside. I felt like, I mean, okay, so you're saying that weird and cringe? Yeah, I don't know. It feels weird to express. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we all have opinions. I find it weird and a bit cringe to find it weird or cringe for someone to cross dress. But I mean, as long as it's just opinion, then yeah, and you still have the opinion that people should be allowed to do it. So yeah, I got a lot of pig quotes apparently. Cause there's a pig, let's punch the pig. Surprise pig! I thought there was another way across, but maybe the pig way is the only way. Or pig quotes. I like the pig way. The pig way across. Hey, what was I doing? Pig way is always the way. Pon sharing her crazy opinions. This is what I'm thinking. Like, I have against the rules for. We shouldn't talk politics. And I guess it's kind of political to say. I mean, is it though? Only do things to people who consent to do it. Don't force people to do things they don't consent to doing. I mean, unless the person is doing a crime and you put them in a prison. I mean, that's a bit different. But doing a crime, but obviously crime has to be something that would negatively impact someone else, and I don't mean just because the person finds it weird. Not referring back to that, but they're just saying that because considering the law against you not being allowed to cross-dressing because it causes disturbance. No, nothing like that. It has to be a genuine negative impact on someone, such as stealing or hurting or something like that. But yeah, trans flag. And as a trans person, obviously a lot of my opinions goes to that, because trans people are being oppressed by a lot of people here and there. I mean, it is rare that I stumble upon someone who harassed me, but it happens. But it's still rare. It's not even a once per month thing. It's much less common than that. It is rare, but it happens. That is good to hear. Yeah, I mean, ish. It's still bad to hear. I mean, that is right. I mean, yeah, I know that. I know what you mean, but it's still a bad, like. Well, at least I only get harassed once half a year. Well, that's good. I know what you mean, and yeah, I mean, yeah, it's. No. Yeah, I think a better way to say it. It's sorry to hear it happen at all. Yeah, I mean, that it's like, well, at least it's rare. I think that's like, it could have been worse, I guess. Which is also kind of, yeah. But it's not good. Because vast majority of people, I would say, at least the majority of people, are not getting harassed. Obviously, there are people who get harassed for other things, but for non-legitimate reasons too. I just looked at someone weird. Probably a drunk person harassing someone because they can't really judge the situation properly. No, I would say a lot of people are getting harassed for usually various reasons. Actually, I take it back. A lot of people are getting harassed. Because there's many ways to harass someone. Even like making sexual advances is probably a lot of people are getting harassed about. And then just random people harassed for various reasons. Because they just look weird, I guess. But anyway, recently there's an increase here, obviously. Just look at here. I could guess what you mean by where you are here, but yeah. Sweden's going to have an election this year, so that's going to be interesting to see. Bonk. There's also, I tried to go through which parties are like pro-trans. And it is interesting because I've thought about this. Not going into the politics here, but so there is the Liberal Party, and when I'm hearing liberal, I'm thinking like freedoms to do whatever you want. But I'm thinking like there are certain restrictions that are put on people for certain reason, for non-legitimate reasons. Shouldn't the Liberal Party be the ones who should say be positive to these freedoms? But the Liberal Party is kind of conservative. Not conservative is probably wrong. Some would phrase it like that, or like right-leaning might be a better term. So there are certain limitations they want to have, and I was thinking like you kind of need to change your name. I think unless I'm wrong with what liberal mean. I thought liberal meant like being free, a bit more free. And I feel like putting limitation on what people are allowed to do is not liberal. The parties that gives the party that gives the most trans freedoms and trans rights is the left party, that's literally called left. So yeah. But whichever party you want to vote for is on you. But obviously your choice of party can affect others people positively and negatively. Anyway, so I'm in the United States. Ooh. Yeah. So like that is a country that has not shown its best side for a lot of reasons. Recently, I meant to say, but yes, still works. Yeah. What you call your party is just words a lot of the time. Yeah, the right here loves the word freedom, which to them often means freedom to use slurs and worship God, but not be something different. Yeah. I also heard because just a thought I had, because they say like in Europe, the left-leaning parties are red-colored. And the right-leaning parties are blue-colored, and say that it's the inverse in the United States, and I would disagree with that. The right-leaning party is blue, or rather the blue party is the right-leaning party. But then there's an even more right-leaning party that kind of loops around and become the red one. So yeah, that is that. Yep. A lot of people saying I don't know the details there, so I can't say much about that. All I know is, well, yes, I do not know all the things the US president is doing, but I have seen moments where he has shown up to meetings with European leaders. That's the context, like that's the reason why I know about this concern. Yeah, because it's been relevant to me because it's been a meeting with European leaders, and he sure loves to bring up his hatred for trans people in a lot of those meetings, and that's very sad. Yep. So there's that. I got yeah, he is really evil on that subject. I think he meant yeah. Very, yeah. So, well, I said, well, I haven't said it, but I can make it public now because it should probably not be too much of a surprise. I would like to visit the United States since I know someone very special from there, and I would like to visit places and stuff. However, not until the current president is out of the office. Because I wouldn't like to visit a place where the leader is so strongly transphobic and where trans people are in such a harm, in risk for harm, and also being so extremely xenophobic. Because haven't a lot of tourists been arrested, kidnapped, I would phrase it if the stories are correct, where they have been taken and sent to places which are just visiting as tourists, and being both a tourist, yes, kidnapped, we have camped, yeah, and being and therefore I would visit as a tourist, but also being a trans person, so I'm doubly at risk of being kidnapped and mistreated. So yeah, probably should avoid the country until that's over. And it's yeah. It is scary. Obviously, whoever takes the place needs to correct things before. Because I did have a thought yesterday or something like that. Because there was someone who said because United States as the host of the FIFA World Cup. First off, United States is not the host of the FIFA World Cup. They are the co-host, which is very important, because we should not ignore Canada and Mexico. But I say they're so they're so good as a host and hospitality, great hospitality and stuff the United States is the country, the host, now I said it, co-host, but one of the hosts that has made it illegal for some of the teams to take part of the tournament. And I'm thinking, like, has there been ever a host in the FIFA World Cup history that has forbid a team from entering the country? I mean, they made an exception eventually, like, yeah, on the match day you're allowed to go into it to get to the stadium to play, and then you have to leave it before the day is over, which is such a mistreatment of those teams that are there. Like, has there ever been a host that has been like this in the history? I'm curious. Because they are like athletes. They are workers. Like if you kind of like if you take on the role to be the host of something where a lot of people are going to take part of, kind of like have to let those, like, that's kind of like the, I don't know, responsibility you have to take, that these people are a part of it should be allowed to be part of it. I'm so sad about my country currently. I always loved it here, but recently I've been ashamed about what is going on. I cannot answer. I know nothing about sports, and I'm curious about other sports too. Like for the Olympic Games as well. The Olympic Games is going to happen in... Oh yeah, and also there's also a thing in FIFA allows trans people to play in the correct sport. They are not allowed, as far as I understood it, they're not allowed to do it this year because United States is the host. But they have been allowed to do that in other previous years, as far as I know. I think another exception was Qatar, perhaps. Qatar as the host was also huge issues with human rights and stuff like that. But of course, FIFA is kind of corrupt too, so I have not watched a single game. I haven't watched a single game in any of the FIFA games of any of the years, to be fair. So yeah, it's going to happen in the United States because Olympic Games also allows trans people to compete in the correct sport, but because the upcoming one is going to, well, the upcoming summer one is going to occur in the United States, they have changed that for that year, which I feel like it's not how the rules for the sport should. You can't change the rules for the sport based on the host country. It's the host country that has to change to allow this sport to happen in its correct way. Otherwise, the sport shouldn't happen in that country in the first place. You shouldn't be allowed to host the sport if you're not allowed to fulfill the requirements of the sport. That's, I mean, Eurovision is terrible too for many reasons, but they have the rules that if you cannot broadcast the full competition without, like, they're not going to make changes, or just because your country does not allow certain things, then you're not allowed to broadcast it. Because that happened to China, because they were broadcasting it in the past. They were like, but they consider it being getting too homophobic. Well, they were homophobic. There was too much homosexuality in it, so they censored part of the show. Even though China at the time, because now you can vote from China, but at the time you couldn't vote. You couldn't even vote, but Eurovision, they still didn't accept it. You can't just remove parts of the competition. So they were removed, as they they no longer had the rights to broadcast it. I mean, they can still broadcast it because it's China, but what is copyright there? But yeah, never remove this. So yeah. But we'll see what happens. The roof is on fire. I mean, I think I remember some countries trying to ban people, but I think it always got worked out. They should remove us from hosting, not bend to our leadership. Well, yes. But considering in the FIFA case, the FIFA leaders, they seem to like corrupt countries, so because they're corrupt themselves. So they obviously will bend this sport to the will. There are also things that is interesting because is like around the world. Because this is a thing I've heard, people can correct me on this. Around the world, when it comes to sport, it is you have the home team. Home team is the first team with and then you have the away team, the visitors. So you have the home team look where it occurs, and then who are the visitors as second. And if it's like an international sport where you would play like the national anthem, you will play the home team's national anthem first, and then the visitors' national anthem, or the away team. But I think in the United States, don't know about Canada. I would assume it's the same there. It's the inverse, where you have the visitors at the home team instead. So you play the visitors are the team mentioned first, and the home team second. And then you play the visitors theme first, national anthem first, and then the home team's national anthem second, which became an issue when there was some event, this I've heard, when United States was playing against Australia at Australia, and I think United States was arranging, was they like organizers or something for it, and they decided to play the US national anthem first because they were the visitors. So they played there first, but from the Australian perspective, that's wrong because now because from the US perspective, it's an honor to be the second anthem, but but internationally, it's the honor to be the first anthem. So the United States tried to show the honor by playing the Australian anthem second, but from the Australian perspective, that's disrespectful. I've heard. So I'm curious, how does this work with the FIFA World Cup, which is now happening at least in 2 of the 3 hosts, which puts the away team first, but the FIFA standard is to put the home team first. How does that work? Because I've seen a few posts here and there about the FIFA World Cup. I haven't seen any of this from either side. So I wonder how this works, because for a national, like for your national broadcast, like in US, they could just show the away team first, home team second. In the and then outside internationally, they could show the home team first, away team second. But also, to be fair, there's not really a home away teams in the FIFA World Cup because all the teams plays in the 3 countries. Most teams are away teams technically, but the rules of the sport is still you have a home team and away team, even though isn't exactly how it works when you play nationally. So now I think about it now, I guess that actually doesn't take. I like to think of like random nonsensical thing that doesn't really change anything. Because who cares? Because those are silly things I think of. For example, it's France versus Sweden according to this one here. They have already played. So if I search for France versus Sweden, I get the results on Google, which should be according to the Swedish. So I can see that everyone types France versus Sweden on every source. So I guess they might just go with whatever the FIFA order is. It's not like they flipped the order because there isn't. Both teams are technically not at their own home, so yeah, I guess I just thought about that now. Do they play an anthems at the start of the game? Wouldn't make sense, right? Whose anthem did they play first? Because that's the only thing I can think of. And how does that work when the US is playing and Canada as well? Is that confusing in the order to play the anthems? I don't know. Quote, it's hard to be a kid girl when people want to see you that way. Being anti-trans is also bigotry. It is. If you allow a country to be bigoted, how can you say other bigotries are not allowed? It sets a precedence. Yes, it does. Yes, being anti-trans is bigotry. FIFA is being bigoted, and as well as the Olympic Games, the International Olympic Committee is also bigoted for changing. That's the opinion I've said myself. Someone can be pro-trans, respecting trans people correctly, but changing how they refer to trans people when they talk to anti-trans people, even if they change to be neutral by, for example, not using a trans person's pronouns and just referring to that person by name only, I still see these as transphobic behavior, because that's just normalizing transphobia. Even if the person isn't in an isolated, if you're just looking at isolated, although I still say it's kind of transphobic to refuse to use a trans person's pronouns. So it's not as bad as someone who is fully transphobic, but still transphobic. But some people aren't. Some people disagree. Even pro-trans people who would never, intentionally say the wrong thing about trans people, even with talking to an anti-trans person. Like, how isn't it transphobic? Like changing. If you stop respecting a group of people just because you're talking to a person who does not respect that group of people, that's kind of hateful, I would say. Even if you don't disrespect the group of people, it's still, if your respect for the group of people stops when you start talking to someone who disrespects that group of people, I would say that's disrespectful. And that is my opinion. But people don't agree with that. And I don't know. I would disagree, but I don't know what the logical conclusion is. I still haven't touched this code in a while. What's the check? Hydrate. My opinion is breakfast and sex is called sex fast. And sex fast is best well done slow. Huh, okay, if you say so, Todd. Well then. Anyway. Talking about these heavy topics. I'm out of water. I also had to restart stream, so I can't even see how long I've been going for. 5 hours. That was random. Yeah, so saw this breaking the conversation with someone running a very heavy topic. Yeah, it's more like it does affect me personally in certain cases. So that's why sex fast is a heavy topic. So that's why. The thing I don't talk so. Oh, there's ads. I don't talk so much with a lot of people because I don't meet so much people. But I would probably be able to do that more if I were to, I don't know, live with my boyfriend and get to meet some relatives. And that would give an opportunity for example, my boyfriend to speak of me based on who I am, and for an opportunity because these transphobic people aren't showing their transphobia in all the cases, so they are not shown as transphobic to a bunch of people who just don't know they are transphobic. But if I have an opportunity for someone to respect me for who I am, because this is apparently something that annoys these transphobic people, that would give an opportunity for these people to show their transphobia and show it to more people. And yeah. And maybe things would change instead of people just accepting their transphobia. But I mean, I did call a person transphobic for saying transphobic stuff, to which no one said anything except for one person who said that I shouldn't, that doesn't matter. So I guess it actually wouldn't change anything. That I'm the person in the wrong for calling out transphobia. So I guess it wouldn't exactly help, I guess. I don't know. But of course, it was the same person who thought that not showing respect to someone to appease people who disrespect said person, that someone is not disrespectful, even though I find it disrespectful. So maybe it would be different if said person wasn't there. I don't know what I should change here. By the way. I guess I should wait now. Okay, I should change this to. Yeah, I should change the state to Oh wait, I can't wait. Because the state could have already changed. Okay, I should do if player state is jump forward. Then change state to the new state. Oh wait, I need to player state. Then change it to the new state, which should be free fall. Okay, and then we'll mark the did I mark this? Oh, that's how I mark it. Let's mark that line. Let's add a new state. Free fall. When in free fall, that's not so helpful. When falling straight downwards. Downwards. There we go. Yellow Pepper Service is still second place. And has gathered 13 points today. Oh, Todd. You know, you're so close. Actually, so you have +2 from today, but we should also considering the minuses you get from the 20th stream being removed. Todd is going to get a -4. And Yellow Pepper Soda is going to get a -5. So so Todd, you're going to get a +1 after the stream from just that difference, and you have +2 here already, and now you have +3, I guess. So that gives you a total of +4. That will put you, and you currently 15 points from Yellow Pepper Soda. This +4 puts you 11 points from Yellow Pepper Soda, so you're very close to surpassing. Very close. However, there is a however. You still need to get more points than Yellow Pepper Soda again, because in the stream after that, Yellow Pepper Soda will lose 0 points. Todd, on the other hand, will lose 20 points. So, yeah. So this stream, so the start of next stream, you're going to have a bunch of points. Start of next stream, you're going to have lost so many points. Yeah, thank you, all those butts. One of each to snuggle each of the butts, of which one is short son. She said, however, instead of butt on purpose. No, I didn't think of that. But I need so many points. Yeah, you do. I didn't actually. I just said however because it was like a stronger word, I guess. I don't know. I didn't think about using but. What does this one do? Location, continuous actions. Breakpoint. Oh, it's a break. Oh, it's a breakpoint. I guess that is toggling the break. Okay. It still marks the line for me, so I can go back and finding it. So it's still good. Wait, if I wish I could just mark the line. I could do that, but now it's. Oh no, it still shows up. It just shows up good. So I could still mark a line like that, but it's so many clicks to do though. So it goes in free fall here. So therefore I need this code for the free fall code. So let's do else free fall. Wait. I guess I could still do it. I don't need to check that. Holds read only. Why is this error? Expected. Flashy. There's a link, there's a link. There's a link. There's a link, there's a link. There's a link. There's a link. Okay, I don't see. Why would you? Oh, it's there. No. Oh wait, I see why. I should be here. Wait. Now I see what I'm doing wrong. This one should be moved in. This one will move out. There. Still don't know why it's total linked, total linked, total linked. Total linked. Well, yeah, but like I'm confused. I went to take the dog. I'm back. What did I miss? I don't know. Are we back to touching up the balls? Wait, that sounded wrong. No, that sounds perfectly fine. We're here to touch up the balls. I have an error in the code. It's lines 371. But I already put one there. Okay, and I don't know what it's complaining about. Oh wait, it says that's because I had the word else there. That's why. Now I see what it's complaining about. I do have the jump up, jump forward, but I have the jump speed inertia here. Okay, let's see now. Maybe I do a bounce direction. I wouldn't. I would only be bouncing backwards anyway. So I guess I actually don't really need this one. Okay, let's do actually a bounce direction. Let's do primate vector3 bounce direction, which is start vector 3 0. And then when it goes into free fall here, it says the bounce direction to or verge vector 3. What if I call it backward instead? Let's create backward. I have forward, so why not backward? Class forward. Copy these. Let's call this backward. I will add plus underneath it. I guess that's a quick way of doing it. So backward vector 3. Why is that one? Okay, yeah, I need to fill stuff into this. What do I need? Rotation. Rotation moving. Orientation. Orientation. Oh. Watch. 7 is more than 0, but it's quite a few. Something. Okay, how far should it bounce off? Because I got the move speed set initial, and then I should have move speed decrease. Oh no, I can calculate this one. Let's bring up the calculator again. So it should move half a unit. Oh no, it's... I don't know how many frames it would be though. But I guess I could just take this number. We'll see where it leads me. Or I divide it by no. Divided by 4 maybe. I don't know. It's just a random number. Speed bounce. Or a bounce initial maybe. There we go, and then I go down here, and then we got the bounce direction, and then we set jump speed Z to the minimum values, the smaller of the two of jump speed Z and bounce initial. Whichever is smaller. So if jump speed is reached below that number, it's going to be jump speed instead. 7 minus 0, that's 7. And in the free fall, I will take this. What I would do, as long as this one is larger than 0, it will apply that. And then it has the Yeah, let's put this here as well. Okay. What is your favorite Star Trek alien, Pon? I don't know actually. I would need to know more of them. Minus Vulcans, basically space elves. That's fair. I don't know. I don't know enough about them. I've seen Star Trek, but when I was so young and couldn't even understand English at the time. Maybe I should watch through all the episodes. I got an error somewhere. It says, wait. Yes. 590. Global script 590. There's an error. Yeah. Yeah. It has an extra one of those, I think. There. That might fix it. Gonna be goody. Okay, let's see. I think I like Klingons as allies and Borg as my favorite enemies. I really like Orions. Also after Dvana Tendi came and they fleshed out the culture even more. Yeah, there's so many species I do not know about. That works. That works pretty well. I feel like it should bounce back a bit more. That's pretty good, wasn't it? Bonk. Yes, I think it decreases way too fast. So what if I set, I could almost set, I was bouncing each other, I could just set it to this, because const, which stands for constant, is a variable that will never change. The compiler takes the value set the constant to whatever you're using this constant and just puts the value there instead of the variable. And those things sounds very similar. So if I jump now, bonk, and if I jump here, bonk, it bounces back. Whoops. I jumped the wrong place. It just bonk. It pushes, being pushed back, and then like it immediately drops down. See that on this beautiful line here. Why is that? Did I do something wrong? Free fall here it is. If it's larger than 0, I guess I'll have to do it like that. Oh wait, did I even do this correctly? I didn't. The position will be the position plus the bounce direction. Wait, can't I just... Yeah, bounce direction times your jump speed. And I don't have to put parentheses around this, but I could just for readability's sake. And it is Annoys me that it still gets the null points reference thingy. I will probably have to do something. I will have to check why it's doing that. Honeymoon, still loving you. Loving, touching, squeezing. What is that? Faithfully, okay. Skid, Satan, Mertley Crew, Dr. Feelgood, there you go. What are these? Touching, loving, touching, squeezing. But journey, oh, I see. I should add journey. I think someone wants me to add journey. Did I add journey? No, I didn't. Well, I will add that to the list of songs to add for journey. Faithfully. It's a bit too little go on here, but oh no, that's a journey song. I can see it's been already suggested. Skid Row. Is that also a journey song? No. Skid Row is a band, I guess. Okay, I will add Skid Row as something to look up. 18 and Live. Oh, that's one of the songs from Skid Row. Okay. Okay, that is one of the songs I should add in. Oop. There you go. I want you to just use Spotify. Why? But no, you want your own code. I still would need my own code. How would I? But if it's on Spotify, anyone could play any kind of stuff that I don't agree with. Oop. When I land on that, it gives me a null reference exception. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. Player script fixed update at row 337. And it's here. What is it talking about? Should I? Okay, let's do debug log angle. You know what? I'm going to take this code here. So I do not know what it's talking about. It's probably not going to get a good answer to this. But let's see what answers I can get and see if there's something I can work out with this. There's nothing we can do here to find your null reference. Here is how you can find it. However, the answer is always the same. Always, it is the single most common error ever. Don't waste your life spinning around and around on this error. Instead, learn how to fix it fast. It's easy. It's some kind of advertisement. Someone knows how to fix an old reference section error in Unity 3D. Also known as unassigned reference section, means the reference section which is the link. The basic steps outlined above are identify what is null, tell why it is null, fix that. Expect to see this error a lot. It's easily the most common thing to do when working. Okay. How to find a null ref in Unity 3D scripting. Okay, this links contain links. You could punish those that abuse the power. Or you could make songs just a bit redeem, or sub only or VIP only. You could do so many things other than use your own setup. But I like my own setup. Because my setup does not require internet. If I'm going to play any music, it does not require internet to play the music. I'm really fussy because I still refuse to memorize what songs you do and don't have. I will add a search feature. Just a matter of me bothering adding it. Nah, no search. Okay, no search. No, the thing is, I want to add the songs you want me to add, so you don't have to bother about knowing what songs I have, because I want to have the songs you want me to have. Does that make sense? It gives a 90, which should be correct. But why does it give me a null reference exception? That I don't get. I didn't show you, but well, I guess I can show you. It hits once, it runs this once, it runs this once. So why does it run that one? What does that come from? Is it because I'm doing for each? That must be why. Yes. You know what? Let's change this. I'm going to change this to 4 int I equal to 0. I is smaller than cube count, and I will add this. I stands for iterator. So cube collided is instead cube I. And also this should be cube I as well, not cube 0. Good thing I noticed that. There we go. This should get rid of that error. Because it does the first, because this object, it does allow 8 objects being collided, which was a bit overkill, but it checks the first one that's actually collided with, but then it tries to check the second one, and that's where the error occurs. No search, that's just more work. I don't see the problem with that though. Oh, Yellow Bubble Soda has 16 points, and I still second, I guess. I have to leave for the gym. Have a good stream. Todd, now's your chance. Be active every 10 minutes. And there we go, no more error. But I'm still getting that. It's like it's bouncing back tiny bit, and then it immediately goes down. Okay, let's expose the variable. Also, I should not need jump steps anymore, by the way. Because instead of jump steps, it should just jump speed should be larger than 0, and that's it. Okay, jump speed. Did I make it visible? Yes. Okay, there we go. That makes the code a bit simpler. It's getting late, isn't it? Had a weird conversation today, didn't we? So, if I move forward, I have the ball here, nice. And we have the jump speed. So press that, there we go. Oh, it says, oh, I think I know what's going on here. I mean, it's being silly. Oh, and this one could easily, it could just start at 0 as well. She gotta look that kill. Yeah, I set the jump speed to 0 here, that's the problem. Oh, that is the actual issue. Why does it shift out so much though? That is confusing me a bit. Let's enable... Because it was shifting out quite a bit. It should only shift out so it touches the surface of the object. Bounce, 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 bounce. Oop. Oop. Huh. It shifted to the side now. Yeah. Still, as you can see, it still like shifts outwards. But it didn't move to the side. That's obviously not what it should do. It doesn't help me too much. Okay. Let's try to figure out all those errors. So, hit cube side, hit ball cube thingy side. Oh, it's ball diameter. It should be ball radius. So yeah, so it was shifting with because it places the ball on the, so the inside of the ball overlaps with the cube's side, and therefore it should only move it out the radius of the cube. Oh no, Amy is losing. She's all splattered on the floor while playing hockey against evil Pon. That's an interesting matchup. That's why you wear a helmet when playing hockey. But Pon is not wearing a helmet either. Okay, that's that issue, but it was it was bouncing off in the wrong direction, clearly. How did that go? Because... Wait a minute. The bounce direction should be backwards. Moving, rotation, moving, orientation. Jump speed. Okay, but why did it bounce off to the side? Because here is plus... Oh. I should probably do... That's why. I should do this. Actually, I wouldn't even need to do that, because that's a bunch of extra calculations. All I have to do is invert these. Minus, 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 plus, minus, plus, minus, 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 plus, minus. Okay, we need the same thing. Yes. There you go. Now it should bounce in the correct direction. I was calculating the angle thing, and then I added 180 degrees when it was no longer degrees. Well, that's why it's evil, Feral Pon. No, it's Feral Evil Pon. She's so evil, she plays hockey without a helmet. Oh my. Boom. Okay, does that work? Oh yeah, that looks like a normal bounce. It does pull back quite a lot now instead. Okay, let's go back to saying it's a quarter again. I should probably check the correct script. Crazy idea, I know. A quarter. Pon is singing. Okay, whoop. Whoop, bonk. That's almost too close instead. Okay, let's do something crazy. Let's do a third. Maybe I need to go with like 2.5 or something weird. Kind of want it to be like in between. Bonk. Bonk. I mean, that's good. Because you should be able to jump like that, but you should not be able to jump like that. Yeah, there we go. I did it. Goodbye, ball. Fall down into the horizon. Oh, we lost the ball. I feel like the ball does stop spinning, but it takes a bit longer than I expected it to. Okay, I'm not using these. Oh, I have a fixed number there. Okay. The speed of the ball rotate. Okay, so I need a private float, a const. No, I want const float. Speed set inertia decrease. Which is this number. Whoop. Which I probably should make it slightly larger. So let's go to those places that have this one. Anyway, I also realized I could actually jump straight to a function here, which is probably what I should use. You can't see this pop up, but how does... Oh, it's sorted alphabetically. Actually, that does make sense too. So if I want to jump to like, where's my update fixed camera? I go down to U and find operate camera free. Well, that's what it's actually called. Can I type layer? Yeah, it does work. So I guess that works. And I could also switch things. Okay, let's know. Pon playing it guitar. Oh, you're writing something. It's new 10-minute interval. I haven't seen a message from you yet. You're supposed to gather new points. Gather those points. Todd is never going to get that second place at this rate. But it is pretty cool that this is working. I think it's only looking up and looking down I have left to do. So now if I do this dunk, it does, okay, it slows down really fast now instead. Is the jump speed good? Because the jump speed, ball rotation speed. Is the ball rotation speed good? Because it does spin kind of fast, but it is It should be this speed it rotates. It should, maybe it isn't. No, it spins much faster than that. Why does it spin so fast? No, excuse me. I was actually using that. Who is this? Naspan, how nasty of a thing to do. Oh, I thought you liked me. I like you, Pun Pun, in your underwear. Because that's the move speed. I don't know the jump speed, the inertia, that's the ball's rotation speed. What is... Did I... Wait. I think I forgot a thing. No, I didn't. How are you all doing? Hello, Nasban, you silly one. No, I don't see what I'm doing wrong here. Can someone tell me? Here, I change the position, move towards the thing at the move speed. That means that it will have traveled on mermaids with boobies hit my boobies. That means that it has moved towards that point at the distance of move speed. Move speed is actually not a speed, it's a length, but whatever. And then it takes rotate mesh, which does rotate mesh ball. Wait, I think I might have an issue here. Old position, new position, and then it figures out. But here, now back to 0, back to forward. Yeah, I'm spinning there. No, I'm taking this into consideration. Because the forward is only giving me the forward vector, so it should do the same. Like the other one takes out this difference between this and this one, yeah. So I don't know why it spins so much faster. Because it should spin the same speed. Okay, let's put this to a test. Let's take this. And let's put it here. This will make the ball continuously spin. That could mermaids with boobies in my boobies. Did I say it like that? Oh no, I thought I said hit my boobies, but okay. So now it spins. Spin, spin, spin. It's revving up for... I just need some smoke on it now. Maybe I'm just imagining it. But then if I take the movement forward and take the rotate mesh ball, it should appear to be spinning the same speed. But I do enjoy you adding in quotes. An error? What was an error? Hold position, alright. Okay. Actually, let's put this as backward. That means that the two rotations should counteract each other and the ball should stay still when I'm moving forward. If it's moving faster in one of these rotations, Yeah, it stands still. With the exception for that, this turn here where it's, yeah. Unless I go this way. Wait. Huh. Oh yeah, because the spin rotation of this will invert when I go backwards. So it shouldn't still go the same speed, so that's strange. You know what? I think I know. I think I know what the issue is. I need the jump speed set initial inertia initial, and this one gives it to 0 because this one, which should be in the change state, yeah, it's set to jump speed and that's wrong. It should be the initial. There we go. There we go. Now it's correct. But yeah, it was set to the initial. Actually, that means that I can now decrease this. Decrease. Because I have the ball have a higher speed than the normal walking speed, I guess you could call it, at the start of the jump, but it decreases over time until we reach the end of the jump. And the ball spin. Okay, now it barely moves. Oh, something is wrong here. I think the value is wrong. Yeah, I have a 0 too many. There we go. Now it should be correct. I only quoted what I heard. If there's an error, well, that's why you go through them first. Yes, that is exactly why I go through them. Because it's not many codes that have errors, but some have errors and some have drastic errors, and yeah, I kind of want to fix them. There we go. Now it spins at a normal speed. I like this. Which means that if you now were to jump off this, the ball will slow down. It still slows down kind of slowly. So I could have it slow down. Okay, now it might slow down too fast. But we'll see. No, I think this will be good. Because there will be a kill plane that kills you before that. So you will not be able to see it stop. Unless it's a really tall level. Doesn't matter which direction it's long in, you can make, as long as you can get up like high up on it and jump down. Might find an opportunity to make it stop. But yeah, that's pretty good. This is good. Good. I'm really happy with how this turns out. And you should be able to jump backwards and stuff. The only thing I haven't fixed is being able to jump first and then press forward. This still doesn't work. The only way it works if you press forward first. You can also jump backwards. It's a bit risky, but you can. And it works by controller too. It's pretty cool, I would say. Now I already have with this. I'm hungry, by the way, because I've been going for Pixabay. Record a video. Or should I record from this view? Okay, let's record a video, I guess. Do. Okay, I need to. Let's stop the music. And then let's do. There we go. Let's do a quick demonstration of this. Oh yeah. Yeah. Perfect. You can go on all the sides. You can jump here and you can miss it and fall down and die. Perfect. Beautiful. Is it time to go home now? But Pumpkin is already home. Whee! Yes, I'm already home. Let's upload that video. Oops, but it's not big enough. 18.5 megabytes. So this schedule is still updated, but so basically oh, that means that tomorrow I have to do Crash 4. Need to add the respawn. So yeah, it will just delete all the level objects except the cubes and respawn them. So respawn it, so you will just be replaced in your starting. It will destroy the player character and recreate the player character. So waving. Thank you for being here, Cole. Thank you everyone for being here. A bit of a internet issue there all of a sudden in the middle of everything. But yeah, so tomorrow I should play Crash Bandicoot 4 as my warm-up for the race. As I think my idea was to play it, or I think Remian suggested playing it the day before the race. And so obviously I have the freedom to do whatever I want. But considering tomorrow is the day before the race, it seems reasonable to do it. How about that? So, is there anything else? No, I don't think so. Oh, today's Wednesday. Keep thinking it's Tuesday. No, it's Wednesday. Wednesday. Yeah, is it because I didn't do a collab with Metallica? Is that how he keeps track of the days? Well, this wasn't a collab with Metallica, so I guess it's Tuesday. I don't know when Metallica is willing to do another collab. I'm willing to do it, but I hope Collabico. I hope Metallica is able to get Crash 4 for a reasonable. There's a summer sale, so it's on sale. Doesn't mean Metallica can afford it. So like has the money to spend on it. Could possibly afford it, but is willing to spend money on other things, you know, things like that. It's what I'm talking about. It's Tuesday, ain't it? No. Okay. It's Wednesday, ain't it? Yes. So who do we visit now? I mean, we could go to... We could go to... I don't know. What if we go to, I don't know, Roix? It's been a while. It's been over 2 months ago. And maybe Roix wants to see the video of my game. I was just about to suggest Roix. It's Roy with EX at the end for some reason. Presumably because Roy was already taken. It's actually amazing having a 5-letter username. Like Kafki also got a 5-letter username. I got like a 19-letter username. Okay, anyway. Let's start a raid because it has just started. Raid out. I will guess Cole got a great emote selection there. Well, it's no longer June, so I mean I really should be in my default dress actually, to be fair. So yeah, let's go with cheerleaders. And then we'll say hello. How's the game? No, you say whatever you want. But I will see if I can post a video on his server. I'm on server, so and I can ask him to like put it on screen too if he wants to. I mean, I would be honored too if he wants to. I don't know if he does that. But I could ask him. And he will be very happy to see me stop by because he enjoys it. He's very, very nice and friendly. He's very calm and quiet at times. But as long as you keep chatting, he's willing to chat. It's a bit different. So kind of more towards how I do it. Like sometimes I might not be very talkative. But anyway, but it's still a good speaker, easy to